The story takes place in the barony of Babylon on the border of the Noja kingdom. These lands are known as the Worthless Territories. The people cheer for their newly appointed lord, the 16-year-old Baron Rhys. The crowd's shouts make Rhys wonder how he suddenly became a hero after a simple stroll. The streets of Babylon are in chaos. People are fighting, and a man with a bandaged head yells at a former convict, fearing he might get infected. The people are consumed by drugs. Some sit on the ground, others lie on stones or struggle to climb stairs. They are all emaciated and dressed in rags. Prostitution is rampant in the city. A woman offers her services to a man with a bandaged eye for a sweet price. Thefts are happening everywhere. A man scolds a boy who stole a bag, while nearby, a woman shouts at another man. The situation is made worse by the wild animals. A boar with large tusks runs into the street, and a frightened man smashes its head with a huge stick. In the middle of the hilly terrain lies a human skull with bones. This place is called Babylon's Hell. Lord Rhys eats soup and furiously shouts that he can't take it anymore. Finding a weed in it, he complains that the lands of Babylon are barren, infested with parasites, and yield no decent grain. Rhys Babylon laments that despite being born a nobleman, he has never experienced luxury. He cries and dreams of a beautiful mansion, a juicy steak, and dinner parties under the moonlight. The Lord realizes that the well-being of his people should come first, and they are facing major problems. Rhys imagines the suffering residents and thinks that Babylon has become a gathering place for trash, sick exiles, demi-humans, and apostates. Rhys doesn't consider himself trash, though. The Lord sits at a table surrounded by empty bottles and a drunken girl. He scolds himself for becoming an alcoholic just like his parents and for escaping his duties through drinking. Rhys angrily picks up a letter soaked in alcohol and is surprised that he became a lord so quickly. He received this appointment letter just yesterday. Rhys bangs his fists on the table and says that his elders possessed offensive magic, but he only has healing magic. Rhys imagines two menacing men and fears that bandits will kill him for fun. Nobles usually possess combat and restorative magic, but he doesn't. Suddenly, a man kicks down the door and declares that he's tired of noble tyranny, so now this land belongs to him. Rhys screams in fright. Through the broken door, sturdy, bandaged men in torn clothes enter. It's too late to hide or run away. Rhys fears he's been exposed. The men say that even trashy nobles usually have offensive magic, but the new lord seems completely unable to cast spells. Inside, Rhys panics and wonders if they'll forgive him if he falls to his knees. He realizes the men want to kill him, but outwardly, he remains calm. The curly-haired man with scars is surprised by Rhys's cold demeanor and starts to doubt if the new lord truly lacks magic. Rhys, meanwhile, thinks his face is just numb from fear. Another man clenches his teeth furiously, angry that Rhys is trying to act tough even now. The man swings at Rhys, accusing the nobles of cutting off his arm for fun when he was a gardener. Rhys screams in panic as the man shows his stump. Rhys yells, "If it's come to this." He squeezes his eyes shut and thrusts his right hand forward, which begins to glow. The men shield their faces from the light emanating from Rhys, astonished that the Lord used magic. The former gardener cries out in surprise. His arm has grown back. Everyone freezes in shock. The former gardener sits before Rhys, staring at his restored arm in disbelief, while the Lord scolds himself for healing an enemy. Inside, Rhys is panicking and begging for mercy, but on the outside, he remains calm. He just watches in bewilderment as the healed man grabs his leg. The man kneels before Rhys, crying and thanking him. The other men don't understand why the noble healed a commoner. One is surprised that healing magic restored a limb, while another begins to consider Rhys an incredible person. Rhys is happy that the situation might turn in his favor, as he had only ever healed his own scratches before. Rhys kneels down to the former gardener and calms him, reminding him that he is their lord. The men with scars and bandages silently watch the scene, and Rhys thinks that he's looking at a whole parade of sick and injured people. Putting on gloves, Rhys offers to heal all of them. The healed men rejoice, thank Rhys, and call him master. One of them is happy that he can see again. Rhys realizes this could be a turning point for him. The men kneel around Rhys and worship him. The Lord decides that if there are many wounded and sick among the residents, he can heal them and turn them into allies. Clenching his gloved fist, Rhys decides that even without combat magic, he can survive by making people love him through healing. Rhys laughs joyfully, convincing himself that everything will work out for him. Rhys decides to win over the inhabitants of these lands for his own salvation and dreams of eating steaks until he dies. Thus begins the ascent of the Lord of the Barren Lands. A few days later, a girl with long blonde hair and a hood arrives in Babylon. From a hill, she looks at the houses and realizes that a lord lives here, one who uses magic on commoners without hesitation. The young woman decides to thoroughly investigate why a nobleman is using high-level magic on commoners. Rhys heads to the frontier kingdom, located in the barony of Babylon, a place people call the worst in the world. The border of the frontier kingdom is where the injured and sick, with nowhere else to go, arrive. A wounded man and woman in tattered clothes sigh heavily. Rhys extends his hand towards the poor people and says that only they remain, but that will soon change. Rhys heals the sick, who are surprised by their recovery and thank him. He replies that he's doing it for his people, though internally he knows he's only gaining their favor and labor. Rhys is delighted by how pleasant it is to walk through the city as an ordinary person, but suddenly someone calls out to him. Rhys arrives at a canal where people are working. A muscular man apologizes, saying they're almost finished, but the Lord stops him, stating he already knows everything. Rhys casts the recovery spell Fatigue Removal on the man, which eliminates tiredness and lifts spirits. The worker immediately feels a surge of energy. The man thanks Rhys and says he can now return to work. The Lord is surprised that healing magic can be used in such a way. Rhys happily imagines a steak and thinks that if people work faster, a luxurious life won't be months away, but just a few days. Suddenly, someone calls out to Rhys from behind, asking if he is Baron Rhys Babylon. Rhys notices the young woman's body, especially her chest, and is surprised by its size. He only manages to ask who she is. The young woman apologizes for the late introduction and introduces herself as Alicia. She asks to pose a question, then abruptly moves closer to Rhys, startling him. Alicia explains that in Sophianism, the national religion of the Noja Empire, magic is considered a power granted by God only to nobles, so using it for commoners is outrageous. Rhys replies that there are no churches in his territory, so he had forgotten about it. Alicia asks if he uses magic on commoners. Rhys panics, expecting condemnation, but instead, Alicia says it's magnificent. Rhys looks at Alicia in confusion, saying, "What?" Alicia passionately declares that Sophianism is a false religion, created by the royal family and aristocrats long ago to make themselves special. Raising her hands, Alicia joyfully says that demiurgism is not like that at all, and that people who preach this religion consider magic a power for the salvation and guidance of commoners. Rhys grumbles, wondering if they aren't just pagans. Rhys, hand to his head, thinks about how much is condemned by the state religion, and no matter how he looks at it, he's now a target for repression. Grabbing the Lord by the shoulders, Alicia loudly declares that Rhys is the embodiment of their faith. Alicia, still holding the Lord's shoulders, piteously asks Rhys to convert to demiurgism. He looks at the young woman, bewildered. Rhys imagines people joyfully greeting him and thinks they need his image, using magic for the commoners to win their trust. But he stops himself, realizing he can't allow it and needs to find a way to refuse, as he absolutely doesn't want to be caught in any repercussions. With an awkward smile, Rhys addresses Alicia as sister and hesitantly tells her there's been a misunderstanding. She reassures the Lord that everything is fine now and he can show his true self, as there are about 100 of their followers in these lands, and Rhys was pleasantly surprised by their numbers. Taking Alicia's hands, Rhys, with a confident look, tells her he's also impressed by the teachings of demiurgism and earnestly asks to join them and take a low position in the hierarchy. Alicia gasped in surprise. Alicia joyfully jumps up, still holding Rhys's hands, saying it's an excellent decision and that she'll give Rhys the highest place at the top of their pyramid. Rhys, to himself, muses that it's now too scary to refuse lest he provoke an uprising. Holding Alicia's hands as she bounces with joy, Rhys thinks about how he'd like to keep them isolated if he could, and an idea comes to him. The Lord tells Alicia that there's an old prayer house on the edge of town that could be used as a church. Alicia is thrilled by Rhys's suggestion and, crying tears of happiness, tells him he's so kind. Kneeling before Rhys, Alicia, with tears of joy, marvels at his generosity towards those whom the nobles consider parasites. She calls him a messiah sent by the demiurge and asks for permission to dedicate her life to him. Rhys awkwardly agrees, glad he successfully isolated them. Rhys is relieved that no nobles will come here, meaning no one will know he's harboring heretics. Alicia calls for the others to come out and greet their messiah. Rhys tenses as many hooded figures emerge from behind the trees and bushes. They all rush out from cover at once. The people run up to Alicia, kneel before her, and call her their bishop. Rhys realizes she is their leader. Alicia stands before the hooded people and asks Rhys to take care of them, calling him their messiah. The scene takes place on the border of the Noja kingdom in the barony of Babylon, nicknamed the worst place in the world. Life is bustling in the streets. There are many happy and healthy people around. Rhys notices that the population has grown. From an improvised stage, Alicia declares to the people that Rhys, who uses magic for them, is a true nobleman, while the other nobles and the royal family are filthy trash. Rhys is surprised by Alicia's actions and thinks there are too many commoners now. Most likely, there are already more than 3,000 of them. The meeting house Rhys allocated to Alicia and her people has been transformed into a full-fledged church. Rhys thinks they'd be better off spending their time cultivating the land. Rhys decides to see this as a positive. Since they see him as a messiah, he can use them for his benefit and gather allies. At that moment, someone calls out to him. It turns out to be an overly muscular man whom Rhys nicknamed the Afro Thug. Rhys is displeased that he's here too, especially with the symbol of demiurgism on his chest. Rhys awkwardly tells the man that he's gotten stronger, though he secretly finds his masculinity to be excessive. The man explains that it's all thanks to Rhys's fatigue removal spell. Now he can push his body to its limits and his muscles heal instantly. The man then states there's a more pressing issue and asks Rhys to accompany him to the outskirts of town. Rhys learns that a large group of beastmen has illegally occupied the thicket. The man explains that many of them came from the beastmen's country, which their kingdom destroyed years ago. Rhys considers them escaped slaves and therefore criminals. Beneath the Lord's calm, thoughtful expression, panic is brewing. He thinks to himself that he's scared and doesn't want to get involved with them, but ignoring them would be even scarier. Upon reaching the location, the man asks his subordinates about the situation, but there are no changes. The reporting officer, wearing a religious emblem, says the beastmen have simply occupied the forest and are observing them. Gleaming beastmen eyes are visible between the trees. Rhys feels a strong bloodlust, even though most of them are elderly, women, and children. The man doubts they are all fighters and asks if they should drive them away. Rhys smiles and says that beastmen are no different from humans, so they should just talk. Internally, he understands that starting a guerrilla war with physically superior beastmen would be madness. Rhys thinks that among such a large number of beastmen, there must be injured or sick individuals, so he can use healing magic. He's pleased with his idea and considers himself incredibly clever. Rhys loudly declares that he is the lord of the barony of Babylon, Rhys Babylon, and demands to speak with their representative. In response, an arrow embeds itself in the ground right next to his feet. The men nearby immediately shield Rhys with their bodies and get angry at the beastmen. Rhys himself is greatly startled. A girl with dog ears, a tail, and long hair holding a bow addresses Rhys as a human and tells him to shut up. Rhys realizes this girl is their leader, but beneath his calm exterior, he's admiring her revealing appearance. The girl shouts that Rhys talks about negotiations, but in reality, he's looking for a way to deceive them. A small clearing separates the beastmen and the humans. Rhys assures them he won't act foolishly and says he only wants to help the injured. He adds in his thoughts that he's doing this so the beastmen will owe him a favor. The girl laughs at Rhys's words and, not believing him, sarcastically comments that the nobility of this country has decided to help them, the dirty beastmen. The girl with the tail draws an arrow, aiming it at Rhys. The girl yells at the Lord that he's lying without batting an eye and shoots at him. Rhys's reaction is outwardly calm, but internally, he's very surprised. The man who brought Rhys here stops the arrow right in front of the Lord's face. Rhys mentally praises the man, once again calling him an Afro thug. The Lord wonders if this perverted dog-eared girl is too unrestrained. The man calls the beastmen bastards and expresses outrage at how they dared to do such a thing twice to their magnanimous Lord Rhys. An old man approaches the girl who shot the arrow, calling her princess. She reassures him that everything is fine and they have nothing left to lose. A fight breaks out. The humans shout that they will make the beastmen regret their rudeness towards Rhys in hell. The beastmen, in turn, call them pathetic humans and say they will take this land by force. Someone shouts for everyone to stop. The afro-haired thug shouts, "Lady Alicia." The girl with the animal ears, however, cries out in confusion, "A Sophism priestess?" Rhys thinks that everything just got even weirder. Alicia, smiling, says, "Sophism." Standing on a raised platform and looking down at everyone, Alicia declared that they are devout followers of the demiurge, the true god. She asks them not to confuse her with a religion that only benefits the ruling class. Alicia explains that she understands why the beast folk can't trust the corrupt aristocracy of this country, but their messiah, Lord Rhys, is completely different and will surely bring salvation to the beast folk. Alicia asks them to put a little faith in Rhys. The dog-eared girl ponders her words. The dog-eared girl gathered her people and said that, at the priestess's instruction, she tried to gather the sick and wounded here. But she still has doubts, and turning towards Rhys, she tells him not to even think about doing anything remotely strange. Rhys, surrounded by wary beast folk pointing their spears at him, smirks and, addressing the girl, ironically thinks to himself that she believes he's capable of something like that in this situation. Alicia stands nearby, smiling sweetly. The dog-eared girl sits, holding a child in her arms, and asks Rhys to start with this child. Rhys replies that there's no need for any special order and directs his glowing hand towards the child. The little girl Rhys pointed his hand at was healed. Rhys then heals all the other beast folk, and they are surprised to be healthy again. Someone says their arm is obeying them again, someone else's tattered tail was healed, and another's body glows. Rhys stands with his hand outstretched, healing the beast folk, while the dog-eared girl watches in fear. Alicia holds Rhys's hand and joyfully praises him, saying it's magnificent and exactly what they should expect from their messiah. Rhys proudly declares that he heals people day in and day out, so his healing magic has only gotten better. The dog-eared girl can't believe that a nobleman from this country just used his magic for them and healed everyone at once. Rhys, standing next to the admiring Alicia, chuckles and thinks he needs to push a little harder. Rhys stands elegantly, one hand to his head, and says he's not finished yet, as this won't solve the beast folks' main problem. The Lord offers them to become his subjects and live on this land. The dog-eared girl is astonished. Rhys's subjects present the beast folk with a monster carcass. They look at it in surprise. Rhys, standing next to the afro-haired thug and Alicia, smiles and addresses the beast folk, telling them there's still plenty of meat and they shouldn't hold back. Rhys ponders his plan to win over the beast folk with meat obtained by his subjects. He thinks that monster meat is very difficult to eat and smells unpleasant, making it almost inedible for humans, but beast folk who are much stronger than humans can eat it. Wincing, he thinks they must be willing to eat it even raw. Rhys, visualizing, continues to ponder the plan. If the beast folk somehow get an upset stomach, he'll just heal them again, which will make them even more indebted to him. Rhys is pleased and sees only benefits from this. It will also save them the trouble of disposing of monster corpses, so it's like killing two birds with one stone. His thoughts are interrupted by the dog-eared girl, who, leaning on the corpse, irritably says, "S." Rhys, smiling, thinks that all of this has incredibly angered the beast folk. The beast folk gather around the monster's corpse and, rejoicing, loudly thank Rhys for the food. The Lord, smiling, thinks, "Excuse me." The beast folk enthusiastically tell Rhys that giving them such a delicacy as if it were nothing makes him a truly good guy. Rhys hesitantly agrees, but to himself, he's surprised they call it a delicacy. An old man eating the meat says that for them, the beast folk monster meat is the most delicious thing. He's surprised at how well-informed Rhys is to know this. Rhys mentally denies it, thinking it's just a coincidence, and doesn't understand what kind of taste the beast folk have. The dog-eared girl, chewing meat and slurring her words, apologizes for their rudeness and says that she, Irina, will definitely repay the Lord for his service. Rhys unhappily thinks, "Chew first." Standing next to Alicia, the Lord cordially says that everything has its time. Against the backdrop of a starry, moonlit night, Irina's words are heard, inspiring her people, praising Rhys, saying that he has a heart full of compassion, not only providing shelter and food to the defenseless, but also healing them with magic. She says that the Lord possesses the courage to venture into enemy territory without hesitation. The people listen intently to their leader, gathered on their knees around her. The old man adds that the skills of those capable of defeating such a large monster are also very impressive. Irina loudly orders everyone to gather and go with her to Lord Rhys. As Her Highness Irina commands, the people exclaim and the girl turns, looking at them with joy. The scene takes place on the border of the Noja Kingdom in the barony of Babylon, which people call a walking dump. And these lands were about to change even more, taking in helpless people, heathens, and criminals. Rhys, surrounded by huge stacks of papers, writes, "I." Rhys, crying and scattering papers across the desk, shouts that he can't take it anymore. Clutching his head, Rhys complains about how the number of beastkin immigrants could have increased to several hundred in just 1 month. On top of that, he's worried that the number of heathens is also growing exponentially. Rhys curses everything, saying that it only makes his job harder. Leaning on the desk with his elbows and holding up a sheet of paper, Rhys says he'd like to hire people, but he has no way to pay them. Rhys hears someone running towards his office and frantically tries to gather all the papers that fell to the floor. The door opens. Rhys manages to tidy up, and Alicia enters the office. The girl selflessly offers her help and says that she thought she heard a strange voice coming from the office. Rhys asks what's wrong with him and why Alicia is bursting into his office. The girl apologizes for the disturbance and suggests that she thinks about Lord Rhys so much that she's having slight auditory hallucinations. Rhys is starting to get scared. Alicia suggests putting that aside for now and declares that she needs to talk to Rhys. Someone shouts his name. Irina appears in the window and asks if Rhys is discussing business with Lady Alicia. The Lord angrily thinks she should use the front door and mentally calls her a monkey. Rhys exhales and tells Irina that today she seems as lively as ever. She agrees, saying she's not the only one, high-fives Alicia, and adds that thanks to him, everyone is in excellent shape. Irina hugs Rhys and says the best part is that he provides the beastkin with a huge amount of food, calling him a very good person. Rhys replies that he's happy to hear that, while thinking to himself that something very soft is on his cheek, smiling and closing his eyes as Irina presses her chest against his cheek. Alicia addresses Irina, telling her not to interrupt Lord Rhys' work. Irina replies that she didn't mean to interrupt Rhys at all, rather she wanted to discuss something important concerning the territory's safety. Rhys unhappily thinks that sounds troublesome. To distract himself from Irina's words, Rhys turns to Alicia, asking if she wanted to tell him something. She replies that she wanted to discuss education in their lands with Rhys. Rhys, crying in his thoughts, begs the girls to stop increasing his workload. To Alicia's surprise, Irina declares that they are actually just conducting simple training exercises with the residents. These simple training exercises are not so simple after all. A man shouts at the trainees that they are not humans or beastkin but worthless degenerates, as useless as the monster dung they were shoveling. But the man promises that after completing this training, they will become soldiers of Babylon. In addition to the insults the trainees must endure, they are doing push-ups with rocks on their backs, and as a collective punishment, they are given an extra 200 push-ups. The trainees also learn hand-to-hand combat. They're yelled at to move their butts because they must put their lives on the line for Lady Rhys and Her Highness Irina. Irina proudly tells the Lord that he should see this, as it's truly beautiful. Alicia adds that she provides elementary education for children, and she'd also like Rhys to see it. And that's how the classes go. A woman tells the children not to pay attention to labels next time and to visit the church in their free time if they wish. A man yells at a running boy throwing spears that his target is over there, and at this rate, he won't be of any use to Lord Rhys. The boy understood. A group of children shouting, "Demigod is the only god and Goddess Sophia is a bitch," are told to repeat it, and louder. Alicia says with affection that the children are so cute and sincere, and that she's one of those girls who wants to have as many children as possible. Alicia and Irina bat their eyelashes and earnestly ask Rhys to visit them later. The Lord is surprised by this, assuming these two girls have fallen for him and perhaps he could get them into his bed. But then he thinks, no way. Rhys compares the girls, picturing them. On one side there's Alicia, whose mind is tainted by paganism, with nothing good about her except her large chest. On the other, a depraved animal with dog ears, 90% of whose thought process is occupied by food. Rhys sighs, deciding that the only thing he likes about these girls is their appearance, and he has no intention of touching them. Rhys thinks that now is not the time to escape reality, and each of the girls is a leader of a large group, so he needs to find an excuse to get rid of them without upsetting them. The solution to the problem was a scribbled piece of paper lying on the table. Rhys apologized and left, saying they would discuss everything later. Rhys walks with Irina and Alicia. Alicia says it's just a farm inspection, to which Rhys counters that a stable food supply is an urgent matter. Irina says that given the huge number of monsters in these lands, she's sure there will be no problem finding meat. Rhys replies that everything is fine for now, but they must consider the possibility of depleting hunting resources. Meanwhile, the Lord unhappily thinks that only beast folk would enjoy eating this. The girls look at Rhys with admiration as he explains that livestock on his territory quickly die from diseases, which is simply pointless, so he'll deal with it. Rhys compares the girls again. Alicia says this means the Lord intends to use healing magic on the livestock, and that this is the greatest taboo in Sophism. Alicia admires how magnificent Lord Rhys is. The Lord evaluates her words, thinking that he doesn't know much about these teachings, but she came to her own conclusion. Regarding the admiring Irina, Rhys realizes that she didn't think at all before saying that there would be even more different kinds of meat this way. Rhys tells the girls it's time to go, and they agree. The heroes arrive at the farm and see a sick cow. The farmer bows respectfully and says he didn't expect Rhys to actually come. The Lord says he cannot ignore his people's request. Rhys sits down next to the animal and suggests they begin. The farmer and Alicia utter Rhys' name in admiration. Rhys heals the cow. Alicia and Irina are amazed by him. Rhys says he discovered that healing magic can help with livestock diseases, but it's too early to eat this cow. A brilliant idea came to his mind. Rhys considers cutting off the necessary amount of meat without letting the cow die, then helping it recover with healing magic. However, the Lord realizes this is too monstrous and he would be hated in certain circles. Rhys is looking for another way to get more meat. The Lord stands deep in thought when Alicia calls out to him. Rhys snaps out of his contemplation as another brilliant idea strikes him. Rhys asks if there's any meat and preferably as fresh as possible. He's told there are a couple of pieces in reserve and he orders them brought to him immediately. The three look at the meat. Saliva drips from Irina's open mouth. Rhys adjusts his gloves and Alicia watches the Lord with confusion. Rhys, pointing his glowing hand at the pieces of meat, thinks, roar, healing magic. He's willing to do anything for his abundant table. The pieces of meat begin to transform into something. Rhys shouts, first in fright, then in surprise. The pieces of meat transform into calves. Everyone's mouths drop open in surprise and Rhys's expression is quite tense. The Lord is amazed, wondering if healing magic can really do something like that. He doesn't have good books in his house, so he had no idea. He joyfully realizes that this way he can eat as much meat as he wants. He's completely lost it. Alicia excitedly shouts, "Magnificent," and praises Rhys, saying he's the best and even created life. The girl enthusiastically declares that now all that's left for them is to take on the challenge of creating new life together. Irina plays with the calves. The farmer kneels, thanking Rhys. Stretching out his hand with his index finger pointed forward, the Lord happily thinks that no matter what, this will significantly improve the territorial, that is, his food, situation. What's more, he can even make some money from it. Still overjoyed, Rhys decides that now he needs to hire people, specifically beautiful and normal, which is very important, girls. A calf grabs Rhys by the pant leg. The guy laughs and, sitting down next to it to pet it, calls the calves wonderful little rascals. A month later, a carriage pulled by 2 horses travels along a road winding through the hills. Inside sit dirty, injured people in torn clothes. A little girl hopelessly asks, "This is the end, isn't it?" The scene takes place at the border of the Noja kingdom in the barony of Babylon, which is known as the kingdom's cesspool. This is precisely where the carriage is headed. Inside the carriage were 5 slaves. All of them were dirty, unkempt, and injured. Some even had bandaged heads. A small blonde girl coughs. Through her cough, she wonders why everything turned out this way. The girl with long ears also expresses her indignation, saying that of all places they were sold to Babylon. The girl with the bandaged head asks if the local lord isn't a murderous maniac, nicknamed the meat grinder. The small blonde girl cries out, "Please no," begging to at least let her die clean. The girl with the ears calms her, saying that everything is fine and as far as she heard, that lord has been replaced. The dark-haired girl worries that his heir will be just as bad and perhaps even more reckless. The older blonde girl laughs hysterically, saying it seems Goddess Sophia truly hates them. The girl with the bandaged head complains that after hitting rock bottom, becoming sick and wounded slaves, they are ultimately sent to Babylon. The girl with the ears suggests they just bite off their tongues and die, because that way they can resist these nobles one last time. The dark-haired girl nods, looking forward with determination. The coachman addresses the girls as ladies, informing them that their lands are now in sight. The girls look fearfully through the slit in the carriage that serves as a window. Hills are already visible. The girls were very surprised to see beautiful lands, a huge field of roses where couples strolled, a cow and a pig walking with their young, and an impressive wheat field stretching out. The carriage arrives at its destination. The girls don't understand what's happening. They are greeted warmly and called ladies. An afro-haired man, crying, pities the girls, saying they must have had a tough time. A person in a cloak with a religious emblem and a hood says this proves once again that Goddess Sophia is a worthless piece of trash, and rejoices that he dedicated himself to demiurgism. A muscular man with his arm bent at the elbow says that since the Lord now protects them, they are safe. The girls don't understand what any of this means. The older blonde girl, surprised, asks if this is really the hellish land of Babylon. A man who approached tells the guys to calm down or they'll scare the girls. It turns out to be Lord Rhys, whom everyone immediately obeyed and apologized to. The dark-haired girl looks at the Lord with admiration. Rhys introduces himself to the girls and makes it clear that he is the local lord. He expresses his sympathy for all they had to endure on their way there. Meanwhile, Rhys smugly and happily thinks about the flawless nature of his plan, which was to heal cheap, wounded slaves and thereby gain loyal labor. The girls are shocked that this is the Lord, and even more so that he, a nobleman, is directly addressing injured slaves. Rhys reassures the ladies that they have nothing to worry about and asks for permission to heal them. Already shocked, the girls are completely taken aback, especially the dark-haired one. Rhys directs his magic towards the girls. The girls are healed, one's chest pain is gone, another's arm is healed, a third's eye and a fourth's legs, allowing her to stand again. The dark-haired girl addresses the Lord as "my lord," surprised that despite being a nobleman, he used his divine magic on them, mere slaves. Rhys winks at the girls, telling them that from now on they will work as maids in his mansion, but first, they need to recover. Rhys asks Alicia to take care of the newcomers at the church, and she tells him he can leave it to her. Addressing the girls, she asks them to call her sister. A man standing behind the girls says they are lucky. The Afro-thug joyfully announces that they are now part of the Babylon domain. The arriving girl is surprised that people get along with beast folk. The girl with animal ears calls out to the leader, "Your Highness Irina," and kneels before her. Irina replies that thanks to Lord Rhys, humans and beast folk live as equals, and asks the girl to stop calling her "Your Highness." Irina asks the girl for forgiveness for all the trouble she suffered because of her and asks her to lend her strength for Lord Rhys. The girl responds that Irina is too kind to her and she would gladly give her life. Observing the girl and Irina, Rhys thinks about how wonderful it is and how pleasant it is to see his vassals loving him more and more. He praises himself, thinking that now that he can use healing magic to improve crop growth, his lands are becoming richer and richer, and overall, he is an incredibly talented lord. Rhys thinks, imagining that at this rate, if he continues to gather more and more girls and flirt with them, creating a harem might stop being just a dream. What a disgusting scumbag. Several months later, Rhys sits with his head on the table, pondering his dreams, or at least what he thought they were. He got carried away and brought in too many slaves. Rhys recalls that he healed them, moving them to tears, and all the residents of the barony admired him and constantly praised him for his kindness. Rhys thinks that, no matter what, they simply ran out of money, but as long as he has healing magic, he can get as much provisions and timber as he wants. Someone knocks on his office door and asks for forgiveness. Rhys lifts his head. It turns out to be Alicia, who has brought Rhys's first maid to serve him, and tells the girl to come in and greet the Lord. The girl says her name is Belle. The newly appointed maid enthusiastically says she will serve Rhys with all her heart. Rhys tells himself no lowlies and decides he won't touch her and will check back in a few years. Rhys asks Alicia if this girl was the youngest among the first group of slaves and says he thought she would bring him an older girl. Alicia, however, counters that this girl came from a merchant family and learned everything from reading, writing, and arithmetic to good manners, and that her loyalty to the Lord is unparalleled. Belle tells Rhys that she eagerly looks forward to working with him, addressing him as "our Messiah, Lord Rhys." The scene takes place at the Babylon estate. Belle, Rhys's maid, knocks on his office door and, wishing to enter, asks for forgiveness, but no one answers, so she decides to peek inside. Rhys imagines himself panicking, clutching his head and shouting, "We're bankrupt." Inside, the Lord desperately waves his hands, saying that with healing magic, he can solve the food supply problem, but no one comes to buy anything. Feigning tears and clutching the table with his hands, Rhys thinks that Babylon's goods don't have a particularly good reputation, and it's unlikely anyone would want to consume them. Despite his internal surge of emotions, Rhys remains calm on the outside. He considers whether to raise taxes under the guise of helping sick and injured slaves. The Lord realizes it's better not to, because even though the residents are working hard now, they're still the same Babylonian rabble and they'd surely kill him. Belle enters, addressing Rhys, saying she brought some apples, then asks if she's bothering him. Rhys replies that it's fine, and he was just thinking about the kingdom's cash flow. Belle apologizes and scolds herself for interrupting her master's noble thoughts. Rhys responds that all that hard thinking made him terribly crave something sweet. He says he concluded that they need to maintain the status quo and adds in his thoughts, this is also called a postponement. Rhys decides to try the apples. He spears a slice with a stick, tastes it, and says it's delicious. Belle is overjoyed. Rhys asks her if it's true they get them from the Bonkley territory. With her head down, Belle hesitantly agrees and says they're famous throughout the country. Rhys is surprised by the girl's sudden mood swing, but then realizes he messed up a bit, as this girl was sold in those very lands. Rhys apologizes, saying it was rude of him, and thinks to himself that he doesn't want to be attacked in the middle of the night by a maid who's around 24/7. She asks Rhys to lift his head. Belle says with inspiration that it was indeed a painful experience, but thanks to it, she was able to meet her master, so she doesn't care that her family lost everything due to false accusations from competitors. Belle didn't stop talking. She continued to list what she absolutely didn't care about, that her parents died of a heart attack or that she was sold into slavery. Rhys nervously thinks he's definitely stepped on a landmine and curses the apples. An idea suddenly strikes the Lord. Could he copy these high-quality apples using restoration magic? Belle is stunned by the idea. Belle happily agrees and thinks it's quite possible, and there's also first-class tea and fur. Rhys, smiling, says that if they sell them at a discount without mentioning Babylon, and he enthusiastically continues in his thoughts, thinking he'll make a ton of money, and the people of Bonkley will be happy to know they can buy a good product at a reasonable price. Rhys says this will be a huge project and asks Belle to notify everyone involved, to which he immediately receives her agreement. Belle stares intently at Rhys, making him worried, and he asks if something is wrong. She, flustered, addresses him. The girl, peeking from behind a board she's holding, asks if Rhys is doing all this for those who were sold in Bonkley. Rhys thinks that, in reality, the money is partly needed to pay the slaves, and he doesn't want to be poisoned for cutting corners on wages. The Lord replies that yes, he is doing it for them because he is not like the Lord of Bonkley. Belle giggles happily, noting that everything is just as Lady Alicia said, including that Rhys is most suitable for the role of king. Rhys is in a panic. He's outraged that his blonde sister is spouting such nonsense, and if something like that comes to light, they'll be suspected of treason. Slightly holding his head with his hand, the Lord thanks Belle for her appreciation but asks her to be careful with her words, as they are currently in a very important period, and he doesn't want to be suspected of rebellion. Belle repeats some of Rhys's words and says she understands everything. Rhys asks her to take care of everything. That same day at midnight in the Church of the Demiurge, Belle tells Irina and Alicia everything, specifically relaying Rhys's words that he doesn't want to be suspected of rebellion. They reacted quite enthusiastically. Alicia happily says that she understands everything and it's just as she thought. Irina says, smiling broadly, that after all, Lord Rhys is also thinking about eventually rebelling against the kingdom. Alicia rests her head in her hands and contentedly says that they already knew this. She declares that Rhys was against the mindset of most nobles from the very beginning, as they believe that magic should not be wasted on commoners. Irina believes the rebellion plan is feasible. The first step will be to copy the specializations of neighboring lands and destroy their economies. She finds it all very exciting. Three girls sit opposite each other at a large round table. Belle says that if they create a perfect copy at a reasonable price, the value of the original will drop. Alicia adds admiringly that money will then flow into the lands of Babylon. Irina notes that they will need their own person to organize smuggling routes and provide insurance in case they are arrested. Alicia tells Irina that their cult will take care of it and asks her to continue working on Babylon's army. Irina replies that she understands and adds that once they acquire foreign currency, they will buy even more slaves and increase their forces. Belle says that their master is truly amazing. Even though he is ruthless in his plans, he is so kind to them, his slave property. She also expresses her belief that this plan was conceived for them, those who harbor resentment against the lands of Bonkley. Irina dreamily muses that Rhys is a man who treats them as equals, even though they are beast folk, and how wonderful it would be if he were king. Alicia asks Belle if the maids are doing well, and Belle gives her a positive answer, saying that everyone is ready to give their lives for their master, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to win his affection. Alicia says that Lord Rhys is simply different from the other worthless nobles, though in her thoughts, she admits that she only chooses girls of types that the master doesn't like. She thinks that, in the end, she will become the Lord's first partner. Irina confesses that she would very much like to be Lord Rhys's partner and asks, grabbing one of Alicia's breasts, if it's all about them. Alicia is flustered. Irina grabs Alicia's breasts with both hands, saying that it's impossible to tell just by touching, and asks Lady Belle to help her. Alicia panics and squeezes her eyes shut. Belle screams in surprise. Irina, letting go of Alicia's chest, remarks that they are indeed large. The girl wonders how Lord Rhys can withstand such temptation. Alicia sits, fearfully covering her chest with both hands. Belle, with her eyes shut, shouts that the master doesn't believe the bigger the better. Alicia says that she would also be interested, but doesn't finish her sentence. Irina yelps. Alicia grabs Irina by what covers her from below and exclaims in surprise upon seeing a naked part of her body. Alicia accuses Irina of not wearing underwear to seduce Lord Rhys. Irina shouts back that beast folk don't wear underwear because of their tails, and she isn't trying to seduce the Lord. Belle fearfully asks the girls to stop and not fight, saying that Lady Irina and Lady Alicia are indispensable to Babylon. Alicia reassures the maid that she and Irina are just very close. The latter, showing her claws, said it was a bit unfair that only Belle wasn't participating. A loud and drawn-out no from Belle was heard from the church, and so the night passed in the barony of Babylon. 2 months later, in the barony of Bonkley of the Noja kingdom, 45-year-old Lord Jakov angrily bangs on the table and complains that there are many copies on the market that look exactly like the original. He suspects that someone is trading from their supplies. Klaus, the captain of Bonkley's guard, replies that no evidence of this has been found, and because of it, many well-known shops have been forced to close. But before he could finish, Klaus is sent flying to the opposite wall by Jakov's punch, who yells about what this means and why Klaus didn't notice it sooner. Zakov yells at Klaus to get his butt in gear and find the person responsible for all these fakes as quickly as possible. Klaus tries to explain that too many people are selling them and it will take some time to find the source. Zakov slaps him and starts to say, "How can a commoner like you talk back to me?" Zakov finishes, throwing something massive that lands right in front of Klaus. Klaus screams and runs out of the room the next second. Zakov furiously states that they are now struggling to get capital from the surrounding lands because of that dump, Babylon, nearby. Once outside, Klaus shouts that even though he has no idea who is responsible for this, he will never forgive them. The scene takes place on the border of the Noja kingdom in the barony of Bonkley. Despite its poor geographical location next to Babylon's territory, the town prospered thanks to its excellent local goods until these terrible copies started appearing. Zakov calls Klaus from the hallway. Klaus enters, mumbling that he's there, and stops in the doorway. A man lies on the floor in the middle of the room. Klaus exclaims in confusion that it's the slave trader. Zakov declares that it's very suspicious that only his business is thriving for some reason. Zakov accuses the trader of selling slaves to Babylon in huge quantities and kicks the man on the floor. The Lord also wonders how such a godforsaken land has so much money. Zakov furiously says he's sure they stole money from his barony and that the trader is responsible for creating all these copies. The Lord continues to kick the poor man, and Klaus asks him to stop, saying the trader might die. However, Zakov confesses that he doesn't care how many of those wretched scoundrels die. Klaus still tries to defend the traitor, saying there's no proof that this man is one of the culprits. Zakov furiously snaps at Klaus for trying to tell him what to do, calling him a bastard. Something hits the floor right in front of the young man, shattering it and sending stones flying. Klaus screams, squeezing his eyes shut. The young man runs out of the room, and Zakov shouts after him that he has until sunset to find the culprits who ruined their land, or he will be hanged. Zakov muses aloud that he heard the current head of Babylon is useless trash, incapable of using offensive magic. The Lord plans to challenge Rhys to a duel and get rid of this trash, this pathetic parody of a nobleman born from that disgusting land. Klaus overhears Zakov from behind the door, hearing him say that he will destroy this unholy Babylon without a trace. Klaus sits on a bench lamenting that he's doomed and they'll never catch the real culprit. He admits that he was the one managing the contraband shipments and wonders what to do. Alicia appears from behind him and suggests he come with them. He's happy to see her. Alicia sits next to Klaus and asks him why he doesn't want to ask for asylum, especially since he was so happy to help her with the contraband. Klaus replies that he just enjoyed watching Zakov lose his temper. Alicia asks, even if the lands are devastated as a result, Klaus tells her it's fine, and if Zakov is exiled from the country, they'd be happy to have a lord who cares about the poor. Alicia understands that Klaus can't abandon the weak residents of Bonkley. After all, she's from the slums too. Since that's the case, she suggests he go to Lord Rhys and see and feel the current Babylon with his own eyes. Klaus looks at the girl in confusion. The scene then shifts to Babylon's domain. Maids ask Rhys if he needs help with anything and say they will do anything for him. Rhys thinks that, for some reason, the former slaves from Bonkley lands have been growing increasingly fond of him lately. A voice from behind the door announced that Lord Rhys had a visitor. Rhys learns that it's the captain of the Bonkley domain's guard, the one who helped them with the spear deliveries. Belle says that in Bonkley, Klaus was one of the few who was kind to them. She thinks that when she was imprisoned, he secretly gave her sweets. Rhys hopefully wonders if Klaus is as cunning and secretive as he is. Otherwise, what could a man of such abilities possibly want from him? Crying, Klaus loudly asks Rhys to give him sanctuary. The Lord looks at him, confused. The captain of the guard, kneeling before Rhys, explains that seeing the city with his own eyes was incredibly inspiring, and that he can't believe everyone lives in harmony, having overcome differences not only in status but even in race. Klaus, crying and looking at Rhys with admiration, declares that Babylon has everything he could ever dream of. The Lord hesitantly agrees. Rhys places a hand on Klaus's shoulder, telling him he's covered in wounds and that their conversation needs to be postponed. The Lord asks for permission to heal him, extending his hand from which a glow emanates. Klaus notices with surprise that his wounds have vanished and joyfully thanks Rhys, saying he's exactly as he was described. The Lord thanks the young man in return for helping him with matters in Bonkley. Imagining a huge monster, Klaus complains that the bastard Zakov is the worst of all, as he treats his people like cattle. Rhys realizes that this is precisely why Klaus came. Placing a hand over his heart and bowing slightly to Rhys, Klaus asks to be allowed to serve him, calling himself insignificant, and tells him to command him anything. The Lord, holding the former guard captain by the shoulder, suggests he rest first, thinking that he shouldn't betray him. Klaus addresses Rhys. Klaus remembers that he needs to tell Rhys something important and warns him to be careful, because that bastard Zakov intends to kill Rhys in a duel and destroy Babylon. Inside, Rhys panics, shouting and accusing Zakov of wanting to destroy this land that Rhys had worked so hard to develop. The young man screams, addressing Zakov, that he made his people smile by selling them excellent quality spears at low prices. Rhys can't believe the duel is real and realizes it's too dangerous to fight a nobleman capable of using offensive magic. The young man thinks in fear about what he should do. Despite his internal panic, Rhys appears calm and thoughtful on the outside. Klaus asks if he's all right. Belle stops him, telling him to be quiet because Lord Rhys is deep in thought, that right now he's using his divine intellect to plan several moves ahead, which Belle admires. Rhys orders Belle to gather everyone, announcing that it's an emergency. Addressing Klaus, the Lord decides that his rest can wait. In response to his orders, Rhys receives a loud, unified "Yes, sir." The Lord and the maids went outside. Everyone greets him, but Rhys doesn't respond. Rhys addresses his people and, extending his hand forward, announces that the barony of Bonkley has declared war on them. This is the solution he came to during his divine contemplation. If it's too dangerous for him alone, he'll involve his people in the fight, who, by the way, are already practically burning with anger at Bonkley. Rhys riles up the people, asking if they can allow foolish and malicious nobles to seize these lands into which they've poured so much effort. But in reality, he's only thinking about what he truly wants, for his own life not to be in danger. No, Rhys answers his own question, shouting that this is war and calling on everyone who can fight to take up arms. The people look at their leader with enthusiasm, clearly in agreement. Irina and Alicia stand behind him, watching the crowd with Rhys at the forefront, and remark that it has finally begun. The girls discuss the situation. Irina says it's exactly what she expected from Lord Rhys, that he would act immediately after Lord Klaus fell. Alicia praises herself for personally handling Klaus. Irina's jaw drops in surprise as she asks Alicia not to say that. Alicia reassures her that it's not like that at all, and she's already decided that Lord Rhys will be her first. Irina smiles, says she's joking, and asks Alicia if she's ready for war. Alicia is annoyed with her friend. Alicia replies that there are no problems as the enemy guards are already locked up, and as long as Klausan is on their side, they can do anything to achieve their goal. Alicia joyfully shouts that it's time to elevate Lord Rhys and the cult of the Demiurge to new heights, urging everyone to move forward. Rhys shouts, smiling confidently and thrusting his fist forward, declaring that their battle is beginning. The scene shifts to the border of Noja, the barony of Bonkley. Zhekov clutches his head, covering his ears. People outside are yelling at him, demanding he come out, asking how he could let this happen. Someone complains that his shop is ruined because of these fakes and wonders why the criminal wasn't caught. On the wall hangs a portrait of a handsome, stately man with a mustache. That's how Zhekov once looked. Now the people outside are shouting that he is a worthless lord. The crowd doesn't calm down, accusing the lord of the economic crisis and questioning why they even pay taxes. A large mob shouts this, fists raised in the air. Lord Zhekov sits in the middle of the room, clutching his head, and screams for them to shut up, not understanding why they're blaming him and not the real criminal, Rhys Babylon, which, for the most part, is true. Zhekov considers simply driving the rabble away with magic, but realizes he can't, as the noble community would then brand him an incompetent butcher. The people yell at Zhekov to get out, and someone even throws a stone through the window. The stone shatters the window and hits Zhekov directly in the head, causing him to bleed. Zhekov is outraged that a nobleman like him was wounded by some dirty commoner. Zhekov flies into a rage, curses everything, and tells them not to underestimate him, then destroys the building and viciously declares that he will kill and tear everyone apart. Steam billows from his mouth in anger. The Lord shouts for his golems to rise. The ground shakes and the golems emerge, terrifying, enormous stone monsters. Zhekov stands amidst his army of golems and orders them to attack and kill all these filthy commoners. The monsters tower over the heads of the people. The crowd is terrified. A girl falls, a man rushes to help her, she cries, and they both look up in fear. The man tells Zhekov that's enough, calling him a wicked lord. Zhekov is indignant and asks who dared. On the battlefield, Babylon's army rides on horseback, led by Rhys. Alicia, Irina, Belle, and the Afro-thug ride alongside him. Rhys introduces himself and declares that he will protect these people. Zhekov is bewildered. Rhys smiles smugly, wondering if they arrived at too convenient a moment, completely unaware of the church's schemes. Zhekov repeats Rhys' name, wondering why Babylon would show up on his land with an army that looks more like highway bandits. Internally, though, he admits that riding a horse is the only thing that's sickeningly logical and majestic. Zhekov turns and asks what the guards are doing, letting such a crowd in. Klaus winks and sarcastically apologizes, calling Zhekov a rotten lord. The young man announces that they decided to take matters into their own hands and have completed their annexation to Babylon's territory, then apologizes again. Klaus directs his people to escape, telling them they will escort them. Zhekov screams in rage and confusion, not understanding what's happening. Zhekov frantically repeats that this can't be happening. He asks Rhys if all of this, the economic crisis, the rebellion, the guards' betrayal, was part of the plan. But no, it wasn't. Rhys is mentally offended that Zhekov misunderstood him and is outraged that he would dare accuse him of such a thing. Alicia laughs, saying it's pathetic. Irina states, people are my walls, my castle, and that this is punishment for disrespecting harmony with the people. Rhys repeats Irina's phrase and agrees with her, though he doesn't actually understand what it means. He mentally tells the girl not to spout such nonsense while dressed like a pervert. Zhekov furiously shouts that this is absolutely unforgivable. He promises to finish off Rhys and wipe Babylon's territory off the map. Rhys is greatly frightened by these words. Rhys reassures himself that everything is fine, they outnumber them, and now he understands what Irina's phrase about the castle means. The Lord thinks that with his restoration magic he can turn them into an eternal human wall. This is a very strange and disgusting interpretation. Rhys tells everyone to listen to him, ordering them to stay close and attack with ranged weapons. He thinks to himself that this is so they can become a human castle, protecting him with their human walls. But contrary to expectations, the people don't listen to Rhys and charge into attack, which confuses their commander. Alicia shouts, repeating Jacob's words about Rhys, and Irina shouts about Babylon, telling the army to crush Lord Bancle, which the people obey. The army charges, wishing death upon Jacob. Rhys gets scared and wonders where his walls, his castle, are going. Rhys calls his subjects idiots and wonders who will protect him if Jacob has an ace up his sleeve. The barony of Babylon versus the barony of Bancle. To battle, when did all this turn into a real war? The decisive battle has arrived between Babylon, led by Lord Rhys, and Bancle, led by Lord Jacob. In the center of the square is an army of golems, and along the 4 streets leading to the square, Babylon's cavalry is stretched out. The Lord of Babylon marches with his army, while the Lord of Bancle hides behind it. Rhys is in a fighting mood. He mentally addresses his subjects, asking them to fight bravely so he doesn't get into trouble. Jacob smiles, calling Rhys a damn idiot, noting that these commoners are no match for his army. The Afro thug with a giant sword lunges at a golem and defeats it. A beastman also wins his fight, exclaiming, "Take that!" Another strong man does the same. Everyone without throwing weapons is ordered to charge their horses at the golems and slow them down at all costs, which is immediately carried out. 2 men jump onto a golem and fight it with all their might, one on its head, biting it, the other on its arm, holding it back. Jacob is really surprised that they aren't afraid of his golems. Rhys is just as surprised and is starting to get scared of his own subjects, saying they fight like beasts and realizing he should never anger them. Babylon suffers a loss. A man is sent flying lifelessly in the opposite direction by a golem, having lost the fight. But it's not over yet. Rhys revives the man and the girls admire him, helping to find more injured people. Jacob is very surprised that the man came back to life and can't believe it's magic capable of healing a fatal wound in an instant. Jacob is furious that such power ended up in the hands of some foolish aristocrat. Rhys praises his army, calling it amazing. Jacob gets angry and grumbles through clenched teeth that it's unfair. With his eyes wide in surprise, Jacob thinks about Rhys's intelligence, which has cornered him, Lord Bancle, about Rhys's ability to control a mob of commoners as if they were his own hands and feet, and about the incredible magical power Babylon possesses. Putting all this together, Jacob concludes that Rhys is worthy of being called his enemy. Jacob summons a perfect golem and a huge creature appears. Irina asks in surprise, "What is that?" Jacob climbs onto the shoulder of his giant golem. Lord Bancle orders his golem to kill them all to finish off that damn Rhys of Babylon. The people are amazed at how gigantic the golem is and ask if Jacob used himself as a model, thinking he definitely exaggerated. The order comes to stop the golem no matter the cost, but people start to refuse, saying they can't do it, the golem is too agile and their horses aren't listening. Rhys thinks it's unfair, but they still need to stop this golem. In euphoria, Jacob shouts that he has won and will now crush Rhys, and the golem leans over the people. Alicia clicks her tongue in annoyance while Belle shouts that she's ready to die for Rhys. Rhys, however, sadly says, "Girls." Babylon, in a panic, thinks now is not the time to move because then they'll all be crushed. He tries to compose himself. If he gives up, then it's over for all of them, and tells himself to remember why he pleased all these warriors. He says he can't. Rhys shouts, repeating, "Just give up and die." He thinks he hasn't achieved a truly luxurious life yet. Rhys decides to take matters into his own hands and says he saved something special just for the nobility, pulling out meat and bone dust, threatening, "Now dance." Rhys throws a small bag of dust at the golem. Jacob asks what kind of bag it is and if it can turn the tide of battle. He says he needs a break and orders the golem to defend. The golem puts its hand forward, stopping the bag. Jacob is surprised that there's dust in the bag and thinks it's poisonous. Rhys waves his hand. Rhys shouts that he'll show him the miracle of life now and directs magic at the dust. Jacob is surprised by what's happening. Under the influence of magic, the bone dust transforms into a countless herd of cows, flying straight at the golem. Jacob cries out loudly in surprise. Jacob marvels that Rhys created life and says it's no longer magic, it's a miracle. Many cows fly into the golem. Afterward, they were eaten by the townspeople. Rhys rejoices in his victory and, addressing Jacob, says that this is the power of justice. He just forgot to add, justice that creates life for a selfish purpose. A week has passed since the victory over the evil Lord Tyrant Murderer, that's how Babylon saw him, but the essence of the cow explosion was quite sad. The action takes place in enemy territory in Bonclay's domain. Everyone admires Rhys, some ask to shake his hand, some ask for an autograph, and some simply call the Lord our Messiah. Rhys and Belle are walking down the street, right through the jubilant crowd that has parted for them. Rhys thinks about how hard it is to be a celebrity and how the people, united by Jacob's poor management, now have a bone to pick. Plus, everyone injured in the riots has been healed. Rhys realizes that his efforts weren't in vain after all. Despite all this, he tells himself not to let his guard down. Forced to speak in public, he prepares to, as he puts it, say something for the history books. Extending his hand, Rhys declares that Jacob's terrible management tore the city's economy to shreds, but nevertheless, Rhys is here among them. The Lord suggests they strive for a better future. The people are thrilled. Someone calls out Rhys's name. It turns out to be Klaus, who reports that everyone who was cozying up to Jacob has been surrounded. Rhys states that every single one of them will get what they deserve for their misdeeds. Rhys promises Belle that he will arrest whoever imprisoned her parents and that he and Klaus will take care of everything. Rhys gently pats the girl's head. Rhys thinks they've done everything in their power and all that's left is a formality, claiming these lands. At this moment, two girls are talking. Irina asks, Owenheim, to which Alicia replies affirmatively, explaining that he is the leader of the local nobility and without his approval, they won't be able to make this territory their own. A conversation is taking place in Rhys's office. Irina is worried if everything is under control and if this leader isn't one of those scumbags. Alicia reassures her, saying it's unlikely they'll have problems because, as they previously thought, he was supposed to be their messiah. Both are surprised. Alicia describes the leader as an excellent nobleman without magical talent, which means he isn't bound by the chains of false religion. Furthermore, Owenheim never neglected the lives of ordinary citizens. On the contrary, he tried his best to improve the lives of the common people. Irina and Alicia are delighted. If he's like that, he'll be happy that these are now Rhys Babylon's lands. Rhys wonders who Alicia is talking about, and if it's that Duke, an absurdly great man, then how will the Lord speak to such a high-ranking person without knowing etiquette? Rhys worries if the leader will sentence him to death for insulting his honor. Rhys reassures himself that this high-ranking person wouldn't come here himself, but a few seconds later, a man calls the Lord over and, mispronouncing the Duke's name, says that he is already here to see Rhys. Duke Edmund Owenheim, a man with somewhat long hair, a short beard, and indeed, is waiting for Rhys. He understands the situation and says that Jacob blamed Rhys for his managerial failures and went after the young man. The Duke tells the Lord that the guards of Bonclay's estate confirm Rhys is indeed innocent, and he also commands the respect of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Belle serves tea. Inside, Rhys is tearfully happy that the Duke is so understanding and realizes that the Lord is merely a victim of the crazy traitor-murderer Jacob, just as befits a sycophant like Rhys. The young man adds that this Duke is truly a great man. Edmund says, placing his cup on the table, that it's not entirely without problems, but he will overlook them and allow Rhys to take the lands. Joyful and noble, Rhys replies that he will do so at the cost of his life, while excitedly thinking that Bonclay's territory is now his. Rhys thinks that in the end, Duke Owenheim turned out to be a good guy, and how he wishes all nobles were like him. The Duke loudly declares that he enjoys conversing with Rhys. The Duke says he can see in Rhys's eyes that he is polite to him, a man who is called a Duke only by pedigree. The Lord is surprised that the Duke is being humiliated, as he is such a pleasant person. Rhys replies that he is more grateful to him, a servant of the people, than to a charlatan who knows nothing but magic. The Duke remarks that those are rather bold words, and in a society that values magical supremacy, it's best not to voice such opinions. With a calm expression, Rhys asks if he will be punished for it, though internally he's panicking, thinking he's said too much. The Duke rises from his chair, takes Rhys by the shoulders, and gives a negative answer, stating that he values Rhys's opinion. Edmund adds that Rhys is right. Anyone who treats their subordinates like livestock will inevitably perish. The Duke suggests they protect their country together, declaring that everything is settled. Still holding the Lord by the shoulders, the Duke tells him they will work hand in hand to maintain peace in this land, even if it requires sacrifices. Rhys doesn't like that last part. The Duke heads for the exit, saying it's time for him to return and that Rhys is his ally, so he can always count on his help. As a farewell, he adds, "I'll fight for you," which Rhys is very pleased to hear. Belle bows to the departing guest. The carriage takes the Duke back home. Edmund reflects that this conversation was very important and how, upon hearing in the report that Rhys used magic to heal common folk, he couldn't believe his ears. The Duke believes the journey was worth it. The Duke thinks that the prosperity of commoners inevitably leads to the prosperity of the nobility, and the current aristocracy, unable to acknowledge this simple idea, is no longer in power. In his thoughts, the Duke addresses Rhys, saying they will meet again and wishes to destroy all evil and bring peace on a silver platter. Rhys and the Duke stand back to back. The Duke is described as a mighty man planning a coup d'etat, while Rhys is a naive lord gathering rebels around him. And this duo, out of nowhere, steps onto the stage. The scene shifts to the revised border of the Noja Kingdom, the barony of Babylon. Rhys, in his office, tells someone that they will help him manage the former territories of Boncle. A man in glasses responds affirmatively, stating that by his lordship's command, he offers his humble assistance. Rhys, with tears of joy internally, thinks this is exactly what he expected from Uncle Owenheim. For Rhys, it's great to have extensive holdings, but he realizes there's now a ton of work. Rhys assesses his new lands as extreme, as they are inhabited by pagans and beastfolk warriors. Rhys tells the man he's grateful for the support, but he should know that Rhys's barony is unusual in many ways, to which the man replies not to doubt him. The man in glasses says, smiling, that he, like Rhys, shares the ideas of his grace the Duke, which is why he is here. The Lord praises him, calling him a peace-loving hard worker. Rhys and the man shake hands. The Lord wishes him good luck with the work and says he will notify the local administration for cooperation, hoping to share the workload. The man replies that he appreciates Rhys's foresight. Rhys arrives at the outskirts of Babylon's domain in a beastfolk settlement. He thinks he should visit these places from time to time as there are many oddities here. Approaching the forest and peeking out from the bushes, Rhys tells Irina that he needs to talk to her. Rhys doesn't finish his sentence because he sees something disgusting lying on a board, pierced by a knife, and something equally repulsive in a large bowl. Irina, along with other beastfolk, is heavily stained with blood. The Lord thinks, what the heck is this? Irina asks what else, if not this, brought him here, to which Rhys apologizes, seeing she's busy, and suggests he'll come back later. But he wonders if this is a new pagan ritual. Irina stops the departing Rhys, saying everything is fine, and on the contrary, she'd like to hear his opinion. He thinks, mentally addressing her, that she should at least wipe off the blood because it's creepy. Irina shows Rhys something resembling a small stone in her blood-stained hand and says she's been thinking about how to use this thing, to which Rhys thinks she should wipe more thoroughly. Continuing to show Rhys the object, Irina says it's a magic stone that can be found inside a monster. Irina explains that since ancient times, her people have believed that magical power is hidden within these stones. Rhys considers her words and concludes that this theory would be torn to shreds at any academic conference, but from the perspective of the state religion, magic is a holy power that destroys evil. Pressing the stone to her chest, Irina suggests that perhaps this stone could somehow help Rhys in his battle against the evil nobles, for which Rhys mentally calls her and the others obsessed. Rhys thinks there's still a high chance Jacob wasn't the last scumbag he'll encounter, so he needs to stay strong. Pulling on his glove, Rhys decides to try pouring some magic into the stone and gets to it. Holding the stone in his hands, Rhys says that's not all, and the stone ultimately explodes. Rhys screams in fright and asks Irina if she's okay, thinking to himself that it's a good thing he wears gloves. The blast wave affects the other beastfolk too, making them clutch their heads. Crying out Rhys's name, Irina, scared, presses tightly against his chest. Rhys enjoys this. Realizing what she's doing, Irina pulls away and the other beastfolk apologize for her, saying their senses are very sharp. Rhys tells them not to worry and reassures them that he's glad everything turned out fine. Irina is thrilled by the incredible discovery that if you pour magic in too quickly, the stone explodes. Rhys smirks and says no nobleman would ever try that except for him. Rhys says the stones could make excellent weapons and orders them to continue working in that direction. He then, a little apprehensive, heads off to Alicia. Approaching the building Rhys had allocated to Alicia for religious matters, Rhys is surprised by how much it's grown. He hears some sounds coming from inside and says he has a bad feeling, but he peeks in anyway. Rhys sees the following scene. Alicia, from a pedestal, addresses the believers, telling them to have faith in the word of the Lord Demigod, the Creator God, and also his Messiah, Rhys. A large crowd has gathered, and everyone is joyfully listening to the girl. Alicia suggests they sing their anthem and begins. Rhys Sama, our true savior, walks the path of faith wonderfully. Showing her middle finger and raising it high, Alicia declares that the sinful aristocrats and the state should burn in hell. After shouting chaos, Alicia joyfully proposes usurping power. Everyone reaches out their hands to her. Spreading her arms and smiling, Alicia wishes good health to Rhys and their future baby, saying that as a gift for the newborn, they will present the monarch's head. Everyone cheers, and Rhys, who is secretly watching all this, feels awkward. Leaving the area, Rhys convinces himself he saw and heard nothing, but Klaus, calling out to him, pulls him from his thoughts with a report that he has finished reviewing the guards' patrol schedules and routes and asks for Rhys's approval. Rhys takes Klaus by the shoulders and says how glad he is to see him, thinking that at least this guy is sane. Klaus doesn't understand what's happening. The Lord asks him not to call him so formally, just by his name, to which Klaus replies that he can't do that and suggests Rhys-san instead. Rhys tells Klaus that he's definitely an honest guy and invites him to join in cooking, which Klaus happily agrees to. On the way to the kitchen, Rhys encounters the Duke, thinking that yesterday wasn't the last time. Belle, seeing everything, is amazed, not understanding why her heart pounds when she sees Rhys-san with other gentlemen. The hero is sitting in a chair, stating that these are their Bonkley lands. A maid pours him tea. He then wonders why the Bonkley lands are still called that, recalling that Jacob's relatives had apparently asked to keep the name. The maid mentions that Lady Alicia spoke with Jacob's relatives and was quite pleased. Many people are arriving in those parts, even if they aren't the best representatives of humanity. The hero says his magic will help speed up production, so there won't be any food shortages. The young man explains that Duke Owenheim is covering for him. The maid mumbles something indistinct and quickly rushes off, leaving the hero sitting at the table in confusion. The young man notes that the Duke sent enough workers for him to have free time. He feels he has too much free time and decides to go on an adventure. The young man remembers reading books about dragons as a child. He also recalls rumors of a dragon living in a nearby abandoned mine, and he decides to go search for it with a team of heroes. The hero invites a girl to join his team. She's thrilled and asks to be registered as an adventurer. The plan is for the team to include a mage, a ranger, a priest, and a warrior. Suddenly, a beast girl knocks on the window, demanding it be opened. She asks to join the dragon hunt too, explaining that dragon meat is a true delicacy and many are eager to get their hands on it. The hero asks the beast girl how delicious dragon meat is. She replies that it tastes like the most delicious chicken. The young man wonders why they don't just eat chicken then. The blonde suggests that Rhys become the father of her children and Irina's children. Irina asks if healing magic can be used on the blonde's head. The last team member, Klaus, then appears. Klaus is surprised that he was invited. Rhys says he's needed and thinks Klaus is the only sane one among them. The maid also asks to join the team, and Rhys agrees. The team is assembled, consisting of a porter, a warrior, a ranger, a priest healer, and a mage. However, all the members have very little experience and skills for their respective roles. Rhys believes such a team is doomed to fail. Irina agrees and offers to show him an item for using a magic stone, which her people crafted. The heroes arrive at the beast folk settlement. After conducting research at Irina's request and with Rhys' help, the tribe created an explosive that rivals even offensive magic. Irina states that for people not gifted with magic, this invention will help them defeat all their enemies. Rhys, for his part, believes he can defeat the dragon using this bomb. Irina and Rhys are very pleased. They are confident they will defeat the dragon no matter what. The team of heroes intends to defeat the evil dragon in foreign territory. With this goal, they set off on their journey and arrive at an abandoned mine that has transformed into dungeons inhabited by monsters. The heroes encounter a goblin. Klaus fights it and the maid asks if she can help, which stumps Rhys. Everyone is impressed by Klaus's swordsmanship. Irina and the blonde also fight goblins. Both girls are very good warriors and handle the other goblins effectively. Rhys and the maid observe the fight while the others battle. Rhys isn't very happy about this. He imagined the expedition differently. Moreover, it seems to Rhys that they defeated the goblins too easily. Alicia scouts ahead while Irina carries the luggage and covers their rear. Rhys thinks about how they've already faced an opponent, but he doesn't have a scratch on him, so he wants to prove himself. Alicia then announces that there's a fork in the path ahead. Irina is eager to fight, saying that orc meat is also delicious. Rhys promises her a big piece of meat at home if she just calms down. He asks everyone to focus on the dragon. An unfamiliar noise is heard. The dragon is surprised that the humans are acting strangely. This doesn't seem like a sacrifice, but then he decides that someone has indeed come to fight him. With a loud roar, the dragon attacks the hero team. Rhys asks what the noise is. The maid is startled by the sound. Klaus tells Rhys not to stray from him. They search for the source of the sound. The dragon appears. Rhys examines it. Rhys asks if it's an evil dragon. The dragon snorts. He sees the girls and thinks it's a sacrifice after all, and he'll get fresh flesh. The dragon says it's nice of Rhys to bring him food. He asks for permission to taste this fresh meat. Alicia throws the first bomb at the dragon. The dragon catches the bomb in its mouth and swallows it. He doesn't understand what it is, saying it's a peculiar snack. The bomb explodes inside the dragon. The heroes throw the next bombs with a shout. The dragon is surprised and disheartened, wondering how this could be happening to him, the king of all living things. The dragon gets angry and threatens to roast the heroes in its flames. Rhys says the dragon is too calm and suggests the dragon become his pet in the next life. Rhys attacks the dragon. The latter is surprised that they are trying to defeat him with poison. He says he is a demon dragon and poison is harmless to him. Rhys replies that it's not poison. Rhys says the dragon just swallowed powder made from cow bones and flesh. The dragon now understands why the powder smelled like cows. He is outraged by what Rhys has done. The dragon screams something about cows, and an explosion occurs. The heroes return. Rhys is pleased that they defeated the dragon. He marvels that the bombs worked perfectly, and besides, he used magic on the dragon's remains and created a pet for himself. Rhys's new pet refuses beef. Rhys is indignant that it's picky. Alicia tries to teach the little one to say mama. Irina is asleep and doesn't respond to her friends' calls. She's eaten her fill. The others discuss how the battle strengthened their friendship. Klaus thinks the pet is all right. Rhys is surprised that the dragon died so quickly. He asks the little pet to eat the meat already. According to the team's calculations, the battle with the dragon lasted only 3 minutes. A couple of days after killing the dragon, Rhys wonders what to do next. Alicia tries to feed the baby dragon, who has been named Dorotero. Irina tells Alicia not to name the pet, as it will be harder to eat later. The blonde is indignant, saying she's not going to eat him. Rhys asks them to be quieter. Irina wonders what Rhys is thinking about. Rhys says he's thinking about developing the lands of Babylon. He's upset that few tourists visit them, even though his magic has provided these lands with sustenance. Irina suggests organizing a cultural exchange with her beastmen settlement where they make bombs. Alicia proposes a theology course at their church, which is also a risky undertaking. Rhys thinks about a dragon farm where they could play with dragons and try their meat. Irina regrets that there's no ocean nearby. Rhys replies that there is an ocean to the east beyond the mountains, but the path there is dangerous. And then, an idea strikes him. 2 weeks later, work is in full swing in the mountains. Rhys has organized the construction of a tunnel through the mountains. With healing magic, he helps the workers recover, and with explosives, they blast through even the hardest rock. Klaus says someone needs healing magic. Rhys turns around and says he'll help them heal and get rid of their fatigue, but he stops short when he sees who has approached. A true giant approaches Rhys. He says they need energy for the final push, that they're almost done. Rhys, meanwhile, wonders why this man is so enormous. Rhys relieves the giant's fatigue. He fills the worker with energy. Now everything will be fine. Something strange happens to the giant. He screams and inflates. Klaus shouts in surprise. A vortex forms around the giant. The vortex subsides. The giant stands there, surprised, examining his muscles. Rhys asks if he's okay. The worker replies that he feels great. The giant smashes through the rock with his bare hands, clearing the tunnel. Rhys says he's created a monster. Someone calls out to Rhys. Other workers also ask Rhys to turn them into strongmen. Rhys tells them to stop. Then he talks to Klaus and says there have been some unexpected developments. The heroes are pleased they've reached the ocean. Now they have a tunnel under the mountains that leads all the way to the ocean. Rhys thinks that his super workers can now start building a port. He plans to find a spot for his dream port. Alicia, meanwhile, says that since they're at the beach, they should put on their swimsuits. Irina tells Alicia that they shouldn't swim without scouting what's in the water. Rhys, however, says that the girls' clothes already look a lot like swimsuits. A creature watches the heroes from the water. Rhys says they've built a tunnel and plan to construct a luxurious resort. But on the other side of the strait, there's another resort that's already popular. They need to find a way to deter tourists from that resort. Alicia suggests Klaus and Belle play on the beach. Alicia replies that it's safe here, that they've checked everything. Klaus says that a kraken has been seen in these waters. Rhys is surprised by this news. Rhys is in despair. He forgot about the kraken and that's bad for the resort. But he remembers that they have bombs and that they defeated a dragon so they can handle a kraken too. Rhys decides he'll create small krakens from the meat of a large one and they can play with the baby krakens on the beach. The girls believe the kraken is also from Palisada. Now they need to make some noise to lure the kraken out. Alicia calls Rhys to play ball or swim. Rhys gazes at Alicia's chest. Rhys thinks that Alicia is very beautiful but very foolish. He hopes he can infect her with his common sense. Just then, Irina shouts, warning of danger from behind. Rhys thinks that Irina is also very beautiful, but she too could use some wisdom to become more proper. The girls argue among themselves. Klaus and Belle scream at the others to get out of the water immediately. They see something emerge from the ocean behind Rhys and the girls. Klaus shoves Rhys aside. Something grabs Klaus by the leg and drags him into the water. Rhys is surprised by what he sees. The kraken also grabbed Alicia and Irina. The girls desperately resist, hitting and biting the tentacles. Alicia screams in disgust that the kraken is gross and slimy. Finally, the kraken fully emerges from the water. Rhys declares it's the kraken, Lord of the Seas. He sends Dorotero into battle, calling her the future Lady of the Skies. Dorotero isn't strong enough. Rhys thinks that things are looking bad and he'll have to use bombs, but he's worried the girls will be caught in the blast. Then he spots a spiky creature. Rhys tells Klaus and Belle to prepare the bombs. Klaus is concerned it's dangerous for Rhys to stay on the beach alone. Rhys reassures him and tells them to leave. Rhys uses magic, throwing something at the kraken. He throws the spiky creature at the kraken and uses magic to make it multiply. It's a multiplying algae predator. The attack works. The kraken is already weakened, but that's not all. Next, Rhys throws a starfish at the kraken. The natural enemies of corals also multiply rapidly. The grip of the tentacles squeezing Alicia and Irina loosens. Alicia reaches out to Dorotero. Rhys throws a jellyfish and super multiplying plankton after it. The kraken retreats underwater. The girls thank Rhys for saving them. Klaus and Belle run up to them having brought the bombs. Rhys says, "Let's do this for our friends." Shouting that they will protect the peaceful life of the ocean, the heroes throw many bombs into the water. A deafening explosion erupts. Stunned fish float all over the ocean's surface. Rhys is pleased, believing he has restored peace to the ocean's waters, even if it wasn't without casualties. 2 months later, in the territory of Palisade, a girl is indignant, asking what it means that the fish population has sharply declined. A servant replies that he has received many strange reports. The girl's name is Silica Palisade. She says she will show what she is capable of. 2 days earlier, Rhys stands on a cliff looking at the ocean. Klaus approaches him and asks if everything is all right. Rhys replies that he's thinking about the kraken. Klaus says that it was impossible to foresee how everything would turn out. Rhys replies that he had no idea the kraken was so huge. He recalls first ordering the kraken to swim far away and then letting it go. Rhys turns to Klaus, but he remains silent. Rhys suspects Klaus wants to rebel against him as he had previously betrayed Jacob. Rhys asks Klaus not to be silent and to speak up if he has something to say. Klaus takes Rhys' hand and kneels before him. The warrior says he hasn't been useful enough lately and fears Rhys will abandon him. Rhys tells Klaus that he's not just a subordinate but a friend, and friends don't always have to be useful. That's when Rhys notices Belle kneeling and drawing something. Belle explains that drawing has become a popular hobby, so she decided to try sketching too. She also mentions that Alicia is waiting for Reza by the port. Alicia waves and calls Reza over, saying she needs to talk to him. But Reza, seeing the crowd of people near the port, asks what's going on and why there's such a commotion. Irina is happy that Reza has also arrived and points to an approaching ship. She says the ship is flying a black pirate flag. Reza is in despair as things were just starting to get better. Reza thinks it's too late to be scared. Irina spots a boat heading for the shore with 2 people on board waving a white flag. Klaus warns Reza that it could be a trap. Reza suggests they should at least listen to the sailors first. The sailors explain they are transporting slaves and that there's a plague on their ship. They ask Reza's group to kill the slaves because they don't want to get their hands dirty. Reza's workers immediately rush towards the sailors, intending to kill them. Reza realizes that this hit a nerve as his workers are also former slaves. The people in the boat are surprised and scared as Reza's workers run across the water. They reach the boat and start attacking the sailors. The pirates are terrified as the workers fly over the side of the ship, but their captain calms them down, saying it doesn't matter if they can fly. The captain declares that they just need to slit the workers' throats and they'll die. However, the giant from earlier breaks the captain's sword and Reza's workers emerge victorious. The slaves thank the heroes for saving them and Reza specifically for healing them. Reza replies that it's nothing to be thankful for and asks how these people ended up in captivity. The slaves explain that they are ordinary fishermen from various villages who were captured by pirates to be sold to Lady Pelicide. Reza, Irina, and Klaus conclude that this is a serious crime and an opportunity to catch their competitor red-handed. The Pelicide resort is located near Babylon Beach, and Reza has long been wondering how to lure clients from that resort to his own. Now he has incriminating evidence against his competitor. Reza turns to the fishermen, asking if they're tired of sitting around and suffering. When they say that the nobility doesn't care about such poor people, Reza tells them that they have him and he will help them. Reza addresses his friends, informing Klaus, Bull, Irina, and Alicia that they are heading to Pelicide. Lady Pelicide laments that they're having trouble with their catch and the reef, which was their main attraction, has been destroyed. Additionally, there have been several incidents in the surrounding waters. She had arranged with pirates to resolve these issues. Lady Pelicide says that the pirates never returned and the locals are useless. Her servant informs her that a representative of the local authority wants to meet with her, but she refuses. Lady Pelicide cries, explaining that a kraken and its many offspring have appeared in the waters of Pelicide. People have rerouted ships, but it hasn't helped. Both fishing and tourism are in decline. The lady says she is very resourceful, but the only idea she came up with was to use a sacrifice to lure the kraken away from the shore. She had even already made arrangements with the pirates. Lady Pelicide spots the pirate ship returning from a cliff and is overjoyed. She waves to the ship, which greatly surprises the pirates. But it's not pirates on the ship, it's Reza and his crew. Reza believes they've gathered enough evidence and have the resources for a multi-year legal battle. He's confident they'll defeat Lady Pelicide. Reza disembarks and introduces himself to Lady Pelicide, stating he's the master of Babylon. The young woman is surprised, thinking Babylon is a terrible dump. She believes if she resists, he'll turn her own people against her. Silica thinks the pirates spilled everything, but she's near the ocean, which means she's in her element. She tells Reza she'll deny everything and he won't be able to stand in her way. Suddenly, the water in the ocean becomes turbulent. Reza and his friends are surprised. Silica announces that she is a powerful water mage. On the shore, the fishermen who came with Reza are in a panic. They see a tsunami. Alicia and Irina think it's all nonsense and not a problem at all, but Silica replies that it was just a small demonstration. Silica continues to cast spells. Klaus asks Reza to stand behind him. The young woman directs all her power against Reza and his allies. Irina breaks through Silica's attack and lunges at her. The girls begin to fight. Silica is surprised by Irina's attack. Silica doesn't understand why a commoner is so resistant to magic that her attacks have no effect on Irina. Reza concludes that Silica is magically very strong, but not very smart. Reza thinks that with magic, he'll put an end to all this. Silica tries a trick. She shouts that she surrenders and only asks for mercy. Silica hopes Reza is inexperienced and she can talk her way out of it. Reza asks her directly if she ordered the pirates to kidnap the fishermen. Silica is very surprised. Lady Palicide is outraged that the sacrificial fishermen are still alive. Rhys is surprised that such wickedness occurred to her. She replies that she had no choice and that the Krakens are to blame for everything. Silica explains that in addition to the Krakens, the number of sea urchins and jellyfish has also increased, and that the ecosystem as well as the coral reef has been destroyed. Rhys is scared, believing it's his fault and that his friends think so too. But his friends overestimate him. The girls admire him, believing he foresaw Silica's every move. Klaus thinks Rhys was counting on exactly this outcome. Rhys believes Silica wasn't pursuing her own interests but was looking out for the people. He addresses the fishermen, saying he feels bad about killing her. The fishermen agree with him but ask for compensation, which Silica is ready to pay. Lady Palicide asks Rhys what to do about the Krakens. He replies that he will take care of all the Krakens. Several days later, everything has settled down. The sea is calm and serene. The fishermen have returned to their work. Children are playing on the shore. Silica is surprised by Rhys's power. The fishermen and their families thank Rhys as their savior. He restored the fish population and the coral reef, and now the fishing industry is back in order. The fishermen are also pleased that Rhys tamed the Krakens and distributed them among the people. They now organize Kraken races. The fishermen discuss how Silica did nothing for their well-being. Silica hears this and runs off in tears. She wants to be popular too. Silica sits at a table and says it's time for heroic deeds. She plans to solve some problems to gain universal respect. The lady writes a letter and mysteriously disappears. Duke Owenheim and his servant discuss Silica's disappearance and how she transferred her lands to Rhys's management. The Duke believes Rhys was aiming for this all along. Now Owenheim is left with the problem of Viscount Sale. Duke Owenheim believes that someone else will stand in Rhys's way, and he will definitely show his best side. The Duke is interested in observing this. Rhys received an invitation to a party. The Babylons had a bad reputation among the nobility, so they were never invited anywhere. Rhys is pleased that he was finally remembered. Rhys believes his merits have finally been recognized. He trusts that Silica thinks only he is worthy of ruling Palicide. Belle enters and informs him that Alicia and Irina want to meet with him, as does a tailor. Alicia is glad that Rhys wanted to meet with her. Irina asks if he needs any help. Rhys announces that he received an invitation to a party from Viscount Snail Django and wants both girls to accompany him. Alicia and Irina are incredibly happy to accompany Rhys, so much so that he has to calm them down. He tells the tailor that he needs a suit and the girls need dresses. The tailor explains that the Lord's family cut off his fingers, but Rhys healed him, and in gratitude he continues to work. Rhys, however, is worried that he doesn't know anyone at the party, but he is reassured that his friends will be with him. That same evening, the girls and the Duke's representative discuss how the Duke predicted that the Viscount would contact Rhys. Alicia and Irina are quite surprised by this. Alicia says that Django's lands are just trash. Irina doesn't understand what they would do there and if it wouldn't be too dangerous. The Duke's representative replies that Rhys has already made his move. A month later, during the Viscount's party, everyone discusses the upcoming arrival of Lord Babylon. Guests believe he doesn't have appropriate clothing and that his companion will be an eyesore. Viscount Snail Django addresses the guests. The guests are flattered that the host of the party himself is speaking with them. Everyone present raises a glass to the aristocracy, planning to show Rhys who the true aristocrats are. Rhys arrives with his companions. The girls are in gorgeous dresses and Rhys is in a suit. Rhys says it looks like they are the last to arrive. Snail Django is unpleasantly surprised. The guests gasp and marvel at the beauty of the arrivals. They are captivated by the outfits of Rhys and his companions, their style, and the fabrics they are made from. Alicia introduces herself as Rhys's partner. She states that she is a commoner and is happy to meet everyone. Irina also introduces herself as Rhys's partner. One of the guests is outraged that Rhys brought a commoner and a beast human with him, but one of the female guests admires the beauty of the girls, while the host of the party is very displeased. Rhys introduces himself to the host and asks him to take care of him, but the Viscount is outraged by his tone and manners. He says that he is higher in title than Rhys. Rhys apologizes for his familiarity, explaining it by his long absence from society, and promises to work on his manners. The Viscount believes that Rhys is mocking him. He himself begins to get indignant, but Rhys reminds him of his manners, to which Snail begins to insult Rhys. Duke Owenheim appears. He chastises Snail and reproaches him for belittling and mocking his fellow noblemen. The Duke threatens Viscount Snail Django. Snail says he was just joking, but he thinks to himself that the Duke is just a half-blood who cannot use magic. The Duke then turns to Rhys and calls him his ally. Irina and Alicia realize that Duke Owenheim's invitation was the move his representative had spoken about. Rhys raises a toast to the gathering, and the Viscount is displeased that Rhys stole his role as party organizer. Owenheim chats with Rhys, telling him they need to present Rhys in the best light to the party organizer. Meanwhile, Rhys thinks he made a mistake inviting his uncle to the party. Rhys and his companions approach Snail. The Viscount thinks to himself that Rhys is just a commoner and a filthy beast human, but out loud he speaks to them politely. Rhys doesn't understand why Snail is trembling so much. Rhys says he just wants to have a friendly chat, but if the Viscount is tired, he should rest. The Viscount gets indignant and shouts that Rhys is trying to take control of the party. The young man doesn't understand why the Viscount is so agitated. Irina and Alicia giggle. The Viscount shouts, demanding they stop laughing at him. Rhys tries to calm him down, commenting that the Viscount has an unusual hairstyle. The Viscount believes Rhys is trying to provoke him, but he says aloud that only country bumpkins wouldn't appreciate his hairstyle. Rhys replies that he thought Snail was just trying to gather the remaining strands into some semblance of a hairstyle. The Viscount gets angry and boasts that he has a dragon on his territory and will feed the hero to it. Rhys innocently says he also has a dragon. The Viscount doesn't believe him. Then, Rhys realizes Snail is talking about the dragon he and his friends destroyed in the mine. Rhys asks if Snail is attached to the dragon. The Viscount thinks only a fool would get attached to a wild dragon, but he replies that he is very attached. Rhys decides to restore the dragon to its original size, and the Viscount will be pleased. Rhys tells the Viscount he would like to maintain friendly relations with his neighbor. The Viscount thinks Rhys is scared of the dragon. Snail then says the young man should now understand his superiority and is glad Rhys wants to gain his favor. Rhys responds that Snail previously tried to harm him with a spell, but he forgives him and won't report it to the authorities so they don't punish the Viscount. Snail becomes furious at these words. The Viscount faints. All the guests fuss around him, calling for a doctor. Alicia and Irina can't stop laughing. Rhys sees this as his chance to prove himself. He offers his help, saying he can use healing magic, but his help is refused. The Duke says Rhys did an excellent job. Rhys says the Viscount is feeling very unwell after that. The Duke is pleased and asks if Rhys did it for him. Rhys is surprised and doesn't understand what's going on. The Duke offers Rhys some wine. He says he's glad to have met Babylon. Rhys says they will achieve their common goal of peace together. Rhys suggests the Duke accompany him to Babylon. Owenheim agrees, saying they just need to grab some drinks as they're good here. At Lord Babylon's residence, the party continues, but the host is asleep at the table. The Duke remarks that even the hero was defeated by alcohol and that Rhys seems to rarely drink. Irina praises the liquor and asks if the Duke minds a beast human talking to him. The Duke says those are all prejudices. The girl then offers the beast humans help in preparing for battle, saying they are ready to assist with bombs if they get Rhys' consent. Alicia thanks the Duke for keeping information about Babylon's secret. The Duke replies that he himself wouldn't want the situation in Babylon to become known and that the demiurge's work in that area is crucial. Rhys continues to sleep soundly, unaware of this conversation between the girls and the Duke. The hero goes fishing and thinks about how he missed the chance to show Babylon in the best light. He reflects on being invited to a party for the first time, only for it to end with the Viscount fainting. Rhys catches a fish. Dorotero devours it. Rhys then gets an idea to organize his own party. He believes that if he sends invitations from his name and Owenheim's, many people will come. The hero muses that to throw a party, he first needs to renovate the residence. He wants the town to be just as good as the capital. Rhys considers that a lot of wood will be needed for the reconstruction. He stands before a vacant lot and believes it's a suitable spot. Rhys uses his magic of multiplication, regeneration, dispersion, and material creation. A rumble sounds and a forest sprouts up where the vacant lot once was. Rhys thinks his power is constantly growing because he is worshipped like a messiah, a god. Now he intends to share his idea. Rhys informs his friends that he plans to reorganize the territory. He says the area has been transformed thanks to its residents, but secretly believes it's mostly due to his own efforts. Rhys asks his friends if they don't think it's time to move to the next level. Alicia, Irina, and Klaus all support the idea. Irina asks if Rhys is planning to build a castle with an open area around it. Klaus says they need to think everything through carefully, while Alicia mentions she knows someone who can help them with the construction. Alicia suggests bringing in the person who designed the secret passage in the royal castle. Rhys likes the idea and proposes building a replica of the royal castle. Irina likes the castle idea. Rhys suggests painting it black. Alicia is thrilled, as black is the color of demiurgism. Rhys thinks this was his plan all along, that all residents of his territories would convert to demiurgism. Rhys believes that by building a replica of the royal castle, he will gain the favor of the royal family. He suggests they immediately begin implementing the plan. Rhys wonders if this is too much trouble for just one party. He realizes that wood alone won't be enough for the construction and decides to work with dragons to avoid problems with stone delivery. 3 months later, a suspicious squad makes its way through the forest near Django's territory. One man from the squad says he is angry with Django and intends to kill him someday. The squad reaches the border of Babylon's lands. One member of the squad falls behind. He asks them to wait and says they will show what dwarves are made of. The dwarves hesitate about entering Babylon's lands as they are known to be a terrible place. But the old dwarf tells everyone to shut up, saying he won't forget Django's mockery. The dwarves recall how they begged the Viscount to improve their food as they were practically starving. Django laughed at them and insulted them, calling them useless mongrels. The dwarf leader says that only cowards ran away and demands that the Viscount give them everything they need to continue forging. The Viscount replied that dwarves are an inferior race and have no rights to anything. The Viscount says he would turn all the dwarves to dust, but the dragon might escape. He leaves, and the dwarves should be grateful for that. The dwarf leader says that even hell is better than the oppression of Viscount Django. His kin support him, saying they know how to forge, and if they stick together, they will succeed. The dwarves are about to cross the border into the lands, but their leader suddenly stops. Everyone asks him what's wrong. Emerging from the forest, the dwarves see a large castle and a city surrounding it. They are very surprised. The dwarves are astonished. They ask if this isn't supposed to be a desolate land. They then see something flying towards them in the sky. As the object gets closer, they realize it's a dragon. A guy calls out to them from the dragon's back. The dwarves tell him to get down, saying it's dangerous. But the guy replies that everything is fine and that this is a pet from the lands of Babylon. The guy offers the dwarves a ride on the dragon. The dwarves try to say something, referring to Lord Babylon as that guy Rhys. The guy tells them they need to say Rhys-san or he'll kill them. The dwarves doubt that Rhys would accept a lower race in his land, but the guy responds that Lord Babylon is merciful and accepts everyone. He also says that Rhys saved them from their oppressors. Meanwhile, back at the former mansion, Alicia rushes to Rhys, shouting. She found some baby clothes and asks for permission to keep them. Alicia says that baby clothes are sacred items and she will cherish them. Rhys is surprised by this as they are just children's things. Irina has locked herself in the pantry, gathering items for the Lord's arrival. Klaus and Belle bring in boxes. Klaus says these are books and materials sorted by topic. He also mentions that he found something while organizing the books and records. Klaus shows him a photograph. Rhys says it's a picture of his parents that he lost. He believes the photo was taken on their wedding day. Klaus comments that the Lord's mother must have been very beautiful. Rhys replies that his mother was reckless. She met his father in a bar when both were already intoxicated. It seems Rhys was conceived out of wedlock. A girl approaches the young men and informs them that there's an urgent matter in the dragon core. Rhys and Klaus are surprised. The photograph is left on the table. Rhys asks again what it means that these dwarves fled from Django's lands. The dwarves are ready for punishment, but Rhys promises he won't send them back. He then uses magic on them. Rhys uses his powers. He heals the dwarves' burns and wounds. The dwarves are surprised and pleased their fatigue has vanished. The dwarves promise they won't forget and will definitely repay their debt. Rhys says it's not necessary and asks Belle to feed them. Lord Babylon thinks that now they will do whatever he asks, and he is incredibly pleased with himself. Then Rhys remembers that he killed Django's pet dragon and forgot to replace it, but he decides he'll deal with that after the castle opens. Meanwhile, Django talks with his servant. The servant assures him that they have no reason to worry and that the Viscount's health is poor. To this, Snail Django declares that he intends to conquer Babylon's territories. At the Babylon estate, Lord Babylon hears voices. One says that the other shouldn't even dare to speak of something. The second asks if the first wants him to infect him. Samuel Babylon sits at breakfast. He is in despair. His lands are poor, full of criminals, and yield no crops. The Lord thinks about how criminals exiled from other lands are everywhere. His parents died suddenly, leaving him with a pile of problems he can't handle. A female voice calls out to the Lord. Elise Babylon, the Lord's wife, is only 19 years old. The Lord and his wife are expecting a child, but they continue to drink alcohol and frequently argue. Samuel sees his wife acting like a little girl. He believes her anger is due to her own nature, while his own stress is to blame for his behavior. The Lord regrets that they were sitting so close, that he drank himself into oblivion and that he attacked Elise, but now she says she's happy. Elise says she used to always be alone, but now they are 2 and even 3 if you count their unborn child. From the street, insults are hurled at the Lord, demanding he come out. Criminals burst into the room. They are armed and declare that this land now belongs to them. The Lord asks them how they dare raise weapons against his pregnant wife. Samuel uses magic to protect himself and his wife. The Lord says he underestimated the worst lands and that he'll have to clean and repair the floor again. He also believes he's more accustomed to acting harshly than other aristocrats. Elise hugs her husband. Elise tells Samuel he's cool, that he's her savior, and that she's glad she married him. But her husband disagrees, believing he's just a cruel murderer. The birth begins. Samuel prays that the child won't resemble his wife or himself. The baby is born and takes its first breath. The Lord thinks his prayers have been answered. The boy doesn't resemble his parents. He is very kind and intelligent. But one day, the boy killed a fish in the pond. He wanted to hold the caught fish and used magic on it. His father believes he has raised a terrible child with Elise's short-sightedness and the Lord's own monstrosity. The replica of the royal castle is ready. Alicia informs Owenheim that only a select few knew about the castle. Rhys says there will be a celebration today to mark the castle's opening. Rhys throws a party for the workers. He believes they should be thanked for their hard work. Alicia is impressed by his decision. The hero suggests to Irina that they should enjoy themselves properly. Irina is hesitant about participating in the celebration. Alicia tells her there's a lot of high-quality meat. Irina runs off to the tables and tells Alicia not to leave her alone. Alicia is acting strangely. She approaches Rhys and says she's had a little to drink. The young man replies that she's been drinking since the beginning of the party. He's surprised by how she's behaving in a crowded place. Alicia and Rhys stand surrounded by people in robes. Alicia is leaning heavily on the Lord, practically hanging on him. Rhys thinks that he should have been the one to start flirting, and now he's the one being attacked. Alicia asks if he hates her. The young man thinks he swore not to give in to Alicia. Klaus approaches Rhys and Alicia. He says he has an urgent matter. Rhys is glad their conversation with Alicia was interrupted and asks what's wrong. Klaus says that more alcohol was consumed at the party than planned. Rhys says he expected as much. He puts on his gloves and draws the attention of the people. Lord Babylon uses magic. He transforms the water in the fountain into wine. Rhys is pleased with himself and gives a speech. Afterward, he and Klaus watch the celebration. He mentions that it wouldn't be hard to invite other nobles to a party like this. Klaus is surprised that Rhys plans to invite nobles. Many people surround Klaus and Rhys. Alicia believes that everyone is now united and there's no problem making the territories public. Meanwhile, Irina says it's time to have fun and start a war. The people are ready to participate in the war. The beast folk declare they will increase bomb production. The dwarves also promise to start developing new weapons. The girls fawn over Rhys. The celebration has turned into a rally with everyone ready to wage war. Rhys didn't expect this, he just wanted to show off his lands. Rhys hid from the noise on the marble dragonette farm. He's annoyed that everyone is ready to make noise until morning. The hero is pleased that the place, once swarming with bandits, is now peaceful. Lord Babylon arrived at the wasteland with one of the dragonettes. He says it's wrong to kill someone's pet. He intends to replace it before anyone notices. Rhys uses magic on the dragonette. A huge dragon appears before him. The young man wonders if he overdid it. The dragon turned out reddish and pulsed intensely, but Rhys decided it was fine as is. He laughs, noticing that Viscount Snail also wears a red suit. Rhys bids the dragon farewell, asking it to be kind to Snail. The dragon replies something in its own language. The mage decides that the deed is done and he can go home and get some good sleep. The enormous dragon began to spew flames, setting the surroundings ablaze. Thus, the curtain of nightmares was unveiled. After creating the dangerous creature, Rhys returned to the castle and went to sleep. The others continued to celebrate and have fun. Viscount Snail Django gathered his men and ordered them to advance on Babylon's lands. The people are displeased. Not only does the Viscount have no reason to attack Babylon, but the people also believe these are poor lands inhabited by criminals. The Viscount yells at his servant. He says he doesn't care if they kill everyone and those who survive will kill each other. He asks if the servant wants the Viscount to make the attack look like the work of a dragon. Suddenly, a dragon appears. The people are terrified. They remember they were supposed to make sacrifices so the dragon wouldn't leave the mountain. Some also notice that the dragon is much larger and its color is different from what they had heard about. The people scatter. The Viscount scolds them, asking why they're running away and what about their revenge on Babylon. The people shout that he's on his own now. Suddenly, the dragon exploded. At first, the Viscount despairs, but then he decides that now they can continue mining. He also gets an idea to blame someone for the dragon's death, but then he feels a burning heat. People's bodies are burning. They scream and scatter in fear. The dragon is alive, shouting meat. It lunges at the frightened and burned people. The dragon screams that it's hungry. It attacks the people. Snail is furious, asking why all of this is happening to him. Suddenly, Snail shouts that he understands the dragon wouldn't have come here on its own. He believes the dragon was sent and regrets not attacking sooner. It's morning in Babylon. Klaus is surprised by Rhys's energy. He mentions that some people are still celebrating while others are sleeping right on the street. Rhys also suggests that Irene take a break. Klaus doesn't want to let Rhys go alone. He intends to accompany the Lord as Rhys has many enemies among the nobility. This last part greatly surprises Rhys. Nearby, some girls are standing. Klaus says that, according to rumors, they were models in Sensei Beale's romance story. All the servants have taken the day off, only the girls are present. This makes Rhys uneasy. He thinks he can't find peace in this house. The girls refuse to take the day off. They say that if they leave, the head maid will punish them. Rhys asks if they get enough days off. The girls then leave to clean up after the celebration. The Lord wonders what that was all about. Klaus says that now he can be an artist beloved by the townspeople and the girls. Suddenly, someone calls out to Rhys. Alicia runs up to Klaus and Rhys. She informs them that refugees have arrived from Django's lands. Their village was destroyed by an unknown magical beast. After introducing himself, Rhys Babylon addressed the villagers, expressing his surprise and asking about the events in Django village. He mentioned the village's destruction and wanted to know the details of what happened. A group of villagers stood before Lord Rhys, their faces filled with grief and supplication. An old woman, tears in her eyes, begged for revenge for their families. A young girl expressed immense gratitude, and an old man was overjoyed by the Lord's visit. Rhys raised his hand, urging them to calm down before he made a decision. Babylon, with a bright smile on his face, energetically stretched out his hands, preparing to cast a spell. He used restorative and calming magic to relieve the villagers' fatigue. His posture and expression conveyed confidence and a readiness to help. After the magic was cast, the mood of the gathered people noticeably changed. They expressed relief and joy, thanking him and noting the instant disappearance of their fatigue and dirt. The old woman even wondered why she had been crying. Among Lord Rhys's companions were Klaus and Alicia, who were laughing joyfully. An old man, a local resident, spoke with a worried expression about the events that had occurred just before dawn. An old woman, looking anxious and concerned, stood nearby, watching him speak. A cow let out a loud moo. The animal looked frightened, its eyes wide open. All of this was happening in the rural district of Django. The old man woke up in the hay. He looked extremely frightened and desperately wanted to know if some beast had gotten onto the property. All the warriors had been mobilized by the Lord. After he left the hayloft, he stopped hearing any extraneous sounds. The man crept closer to the dark adjacent room and began to peer inside. A huge, dragon-like monster was chewing on the meat of the cow whose mooing had been heard earlier. The old man's face showed extreme horror and fear. The old man, terrified, ran out of the cowshed. He screamed, raising the alarm, and exclaimed that there was a monster in the room. The old man continued to cry for help and warn about lizard men. Frightened by the sight, the old man met a man who was wounded and clutching his chest. The injured man urged him to run as fast as possible. The wounded man tried to recover from his injuries and added that one of the monsters had bitten him. His body was covered in wounds, indicating recent contact with the beast. He looked exhausted and in pain. The man began to be covered in scales and said that his body was burning. The old man asked him to lean on something. The old man was shocked by what he saw. The man he had tried to save had instantly transformed into a huge monster. The elderly man started running away from the monster, looking back and apologizing. He looked scared and was trying to escape the danger. A huge, dragon-like monster with horns and claws loomed over the destroyed area. The creature looked terrifying and destructive. Lord Babelton's face showed extreme surprise when he heard that Viscount Snail had turned into a demonic beast. His eyes were wide with shock as he realized the metamorphosis that had occurred. Lord Rhys listened to the old man's information with a calm expression. The old man expressed complete confidence in his words, stating that everything was exactly as he said and that he was absolutely sure, while the Lord pondered all the other astonishing information. Rhys Babelton sat deep in thought with a serious expression on his face. He was contemplating the information about the warriors who were summoned right at the moment of the attack and the terrible ability to turn anyone bitten into one of them. His thoughts also turned to the boss, who, it seemed, was Viscount Snail. Klaus looked at the Lord and asked if he understood what had happened. Rhys then had an epiphany. Lord Babelton addressed the people of the Django territory, urging them to listen carefully. He explained that the whole secret of this monster was that it was artificially created. Rhys pondered that if the monster had been natural, the world would have been destroyed long ago. He emphasized that this was a monster that turned everyone into something like itself. Rhys thought about the Viscount, stating that this would be an impossible task for an ordinary person. He also wondered if this was someone who could use magic. The old man realized it was the mage Snail. A young resident exclaimed, asking if the enemy had summoned all the warriors to turn them into monsters. An old woman remarked that yes, that made sense. Lord Babelton expressed his displeasure with Snail. He said that Snail planned to turn everyone into his likeness and create a huge demonic army. Now it was clear who the real culprit was. Rhys expressed his outrage, pointing out that Snail had been deceiving them. He stated that the people were merely test subjects for creating a dragonizing virus, which Snail intended to use to rule the world. Babelton heard his name being called and turned around. Irina and her comrade informed the Lord that all evacuees from the Django lands were still in Babelton. They also reported that all these people claimed they had been attacked by an unknown demonic beast. Lord Babelton, with a serious expression, standing next to his companions, emphasized that they needed to act immediately. His words indicated the urgency of the situation. He addressed his people and everyone else, pointing to Viscount Snail as the true culprit of what was happening. The Lord explained that evil magic had transformed Snail into a demonic dragon. He also revealed that Snail intended to subjugate the world by progressively turning each of his subordinates into a demonic beast. Babelton, turning decisively to his allies, instructed Klaus and Irina to immediately gather everyone capable of fighting, emphasizing their duty to save the residents of Django. Klaus and Irina confirmed they understood the order, demonstrating their readiness to act. The Lord tasked Alicia with helping the refugees. He specified that if there were any wounded among them, they should be brought to him. Alicia, with a joyful smile, confirmed her readiness to follow the instruction. With a determined expression, Lord Babelton addressed the figure of Viscount Snail, declaring that he would not allow the evil mage to carry out his plans. He promised that the peace of this world would be saved by him. The initially fertile lands of the Django state, thanks to the rule of a strong dynasty, seemed to be thriving. However, the capital of this state now presented an utterly hellish spectacle. Destroyed buildings and debris bore witness to the catastrophe that had occurred. Evil magic had caused the appearance of a huge demonic dragon, sowing chaos. And at this moment, the current lord was transforming into a monster, leading an army. A gigantic dragon with horns towered over the city's ruins. Its impressive size and terrifying appearance underscored the scale of the destruction. The dragon was enraged and let out a loud roar. It had retained its memories and returned to its lands, also vowing to kill Babylon. Among the debris were frightened people. Their faces expressed horror and despair in the face of the impending danger. They assumed that even if they weren't eaten, they would in any case be turned into monsters. Suddenly, Rhys's loud voice rang out, calling for the evil dragon's army to stop. Rhys, Klaus, and Irina stepped forward decisively. Lord Rhys, with a piercing gaze, declared his intention to put an end to the tyranny. Meanwhile, numerous demonic creatures stared menacingly at Babylon. The sinister monsters under the dragon's command continued their assault. Rhys, extending his hand decisively, urged them to stop their evil deeds. He asked the residents to calm down, assuring them they were under his protection. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck, sending several monsters flying. A cloud of dust and destruction rose around them. The surrounding people, witnessing this incredible sight, expressed their astonishment. They speculated that he was either a supreme mage or an apostle of a god, marveling at his power. One of them realized it was Rhys Babylon. The young man addressed the victims, informing them they had fallen prey to Snail's wickedness. He offered his help, promising salvation. Clusters of light like sparks began to emanate from Lord Rhys' palm, spreading outwards. At that very moment, the monsters started to change their appearance. One of the residents pointed at the monsters, noticing that something was happening to them. The creature's skin began to melt and drip, indicating a transformation process. The victims, watching the events unfold, joyfully exclaimed as they saw the monsters return to their normal human forms. The people who had been monsters looked frightened and confused, their bodies dirty and covered in wounds. The people who had previously been monsters bitterly recalled those who had perished in the fire. One of them, with wide, astonished eyes, exclaimed that what was happening was unbelievable. Lord Rhys, with a benevolent smile on his face, stood among the healed. He had returned the monsters to their normal state and saved everyone who was on the brink of death, leaving those around him bewildered as to who he truly was. The redeemed residents, still in tattered clothes, began to actively urge him to heal those who had suffered from the monsters. One of them energetically raised his fist, expressing his faith in Rhys Sama. Babylon, radiating confidence, reassured them, calling himself an unusual aristocrat. He promised to end the chaos caused by the evil mage Snail. Irina and Klaus took up their combat positions. The girl drew her bowstring and the guy prepared to attack, while Rhys declared that he would bring good fortune and peace to these people, as the demonic creatures continued to emit terrifying sounds. Several arrows were loosed, piercing the air and hitting their targets. The demonic monsters began to fall to the ground, their bodies convulsing and dust rising around them. Klaus, with a determined expression, attacked the enemies with a sharp weapon. The black silhouettes of the monsters shattered into pieces from his blows. Rhys asked them to cover him while he healed. Irina exclaimed that she understood the task, and Klaus responded with an affirmative. The Afro fighter confidently held one of the rescued individuals in his arms. Behind him, other people were also recovering, having shaken off the effects of the magic. The guy announced that the monsters wouldn't be able to bite them through their steel bodies and urged everyone to focus on saving others. Alicia, observing the scene, noted to herself that Rhys was, as always, amazing and everything was going according to plan. At Alicia's feet was a person clad in a dark cloak and hood. He expressed his readiness to help, demonstrating his loyalty. Alicia, addressing the hooded figure, ordered him to capture several monsters while Rhys Sama completed their transformation process. She watched intently, controlling the situation. Alicia's servant was clearly thinking that the evil dragon's power could undoubtedly become Rhys' power. Meanwhile, Alicia, with a smile on her face, expressed confidence that Rhys Sama was a very kind person who wished to save everyone. Rhys, beaming with joy, exclaimed that things were going incredibly well. He noted that they were almost done saving the people from Django and had done so without any casualties. The defeated dragon cursed Rhys Sama. Thanks to Rhys' magic, the people who had turned into demonic dragonoids regained their former appearance. They looked scared and tired, but their human form had been restored. The evil dragon, still partially retaining its monstrous form, growled menacingly at Rhys. The Lord understood that the only thing left was to deal with the true source of all evil, Viscount Snail, who had become this evil dragon. Rhys Sama, with a thoughtful expression, wondered how they were going to kill this creature now. He mused that the thought of Snail's complete transformation hadn't even crossed his mind. Rhys thought it would be easier if the dragon riders could just beat all the evil out of the enemy. Many healed people, returned to human form, stood in groups. The hero realized he needed to figure out how to channel all the accumulated anger of these victims. Babelton, surrounded by his comrades, announced that Snail of Django was the source of all their troubles, as he had renounced his humanity for dragon power to turn everyone into monsters and conquer the entire world. He asked the people if they could forgive such an atrocity. The people, clenching their fists, declared in a fit of rage that they could not forgive such an atrocity. Rhys, smiling and raising his fist, urged them to wipe away their tears and prepare for action. He declared that they now had a chance for revenge, to which the healed people below responded with loud shouts of approval. One of the healed people, with a determined expression, declared that he was overflowing with power and that nothing would stop him. He called on the others to punish this dragon and save the world, stating that they would become heroes. The dragon, its face contorted in pain, let out a death rattle. Its body began to crumble and small fragments appeared on the ground around it, indicating the end of its existence. The defeated dragon, lying on the ground, spewed angry words, calling its opponents freaks. He said he was guarding the world. The next blow was delivered by a massive boulder and aimed at the dragon. The dragon, gritting its teeth, swore to kill its tormentors. Its eyes burned with malice. Irina anxiously called out Rhys' name, and he, standing nearby, replied with a smile that everything was fine and he would handle it. His confidence calmed her. Babelton, with burning eyes, ordered the dragon riders to begin the bombardment. His voice was resolute and authoritative. The dragon, taking another hit, let out a death rattle, its body shaking. The surrounding people, shocked by what was happening, asked what it was and if it was magic. The sky filled with countless silhouettes of winged creatures flying in formation. The people, stunned by the sight, wondered what it was while the creatures continued to approach. A young man pointed at the people riding dragons. His face expressed both astonishment and hope. 81, the Afro fighter, watched the scene unfold and commented that it looked like a new legend was being born. 82, Rhys turned to Snail and declared that he had witnessed the true power of friendship. He privately noted that this was all thanks to his efforts and sucking up to the people around him. 83, in the ruined area, numerous monster figures who had transformed back into humans fled in terror. The dragon, looking astonished, wondered what it all meant. 84, the dragon began to take human form, specifically that of Viscount Snail. Meanwhile, Rhys appeared very pleased with what was happening. 85, the enraged dragon, partially transformed back, let out a loud roar. He cursed Rhys Babelon. 86, the dragon screamed that he wouldn't let Rhys kill him. 87, Babelon told the dragon that the whole world wanted him to recover. However, the dragon angrily retorted that the world never wanted that and vowed to kill Rhys. 88, the dragon, his body entwined with vines, let out a gasp. The vines were draining his strength and he realized he was losing his power. 89, Rhys declared that Snail would become a statue for all eternity and watch over the world, calling it punishment for trying to take over the world. Snail, transforming into a tree, desperately replied that he never even had such an intention. 90, Snail, now fully transformed into a tree, with wide eyes and a mouth screaming in horror, was in complete disarray. The heroes watching him, including Irina and Klaus, expressed their shock. 91, the frightened people looking at the transformed Snail spoke of the incredible events and how Viscount Snail had become a tree. They also added that they would now protect Django themselves, and that this is what happens when you try to take over the world. 92, the city was practically reduced to ruins, and although it was all over, a small scar remained on the land. The trees that Snail had created had turned the city into chaos. 93, Babelon, with a smile on his face and a determined look, urged them not to despair, as everyone was still alive. He suggested they all rebuild the city from scratch together, to which his companions agreed. 94. Rhys, pointing to the enormous tree, declared that it would become the greatest treehouse the world had ever seen and invited everyone to clear it out and live inside. The people joyfully exclaimed their agreement. 95. The transformed snail, his face contorted in horror, begged everyone to stop and reconsider. However, the Lord, with determination, announced that Snail's suffering had only just begun and urged everyone to get to work. 96. Viscount Snail, who had transformed into an evil dragon with unholy magic, was defeated by a savior named Rhys. This news spread, changing the usual course of events in the city of Babylon. 97. A figure in a spacious cloak slowly wandered through the endless desert, leaving only footprints in the sand. Infinite sand dunes stretched around, creating a sense of desolation and loneliness. The hero questioned the meaning in this world of water. 98. Suddenly, the figure in the cloak turned out to be Cilicia with a radiant smile. She looked confident, as if she possessed great power and could solve any water-related problems. 99. Previously, the girl was constantly asked to wear a cloak during her travels. She also, apparently, reflected on her abilities. She could create a reflective water barrier around herself, which also lowered the temperature. 100. It turned out that the very traveler who had recently asked for water in the desert town was actually the water goddess, Cilicia. She possessed incredible power, capable of controlling the element. Cilicia admitted that she just wanted to pretend to be a regular traveler. However, someone traveling through the desert in such attire definitely couldn't be called regular, which made her wish a bit absurd. She decided that first she should clean herself up so no one would see her like this. She intended to solve all the water problems in this village so that she would be revered as much as Rhys. Finally, Cilicia immersed herself in the refreshing water, completely relaxing. Her face expressed absolute pleasure and satisfaction from the coolness. The girl thoroughly washed herself, submerging in the water, and then vigorously dried her long hair, making it shine. She also took care of her clothes, preparing for further actions. Having completed her preparations, Cilicia looked refreshed and confident, with a wide smile on her face. Now she was ready to proceed with the next part of her plan. The girl decided that she now needed to channel all the accumulated water to the big city before her food supplies ran out. She set off, full of determination. Meanwhile, a group of men gathered on the border of the Noja kingdom in the desert country of Sankei Ardal, which was known for its hot conditions. One of the men drew another's attention, pointing into the distance. The men were astonished to see a girl in the distance, crossing the desert alone and in light clothing. They cautiously assumed it might be a monster that had taken human form. Cilicia noticed the group of men and chuckled slightly, thinking they must have mistaken her for the goddess Sophia to make such a scene. She clearly didn't take their concerns seriously. The men discussed the situation. One suggested reporting it to Lord Drammen, but another objected, saying there was no need to bother him with trifles as they already had enough problems buying water. A third noted that the girl was smirking at them, which he found disgusting. In the end, the men agreed they would simply observe the girl, hoping their guards would show what they were capable of. They were curious how this unusual encounter would end. The girl, who had arrived in the city, suddenly found herself alone, as all the local residents had disappeared, leaving her puzzled. She wondered if her own magnificence had been too dazzling for them. Cilicia decided there was no point in wasting time waiting, and it was time to act. She made up her mind to hurry and show everyone what she was truly capable of. Addressing the desert dwellers, she declared that she perfectly understood how difficult it had been for them without water. The girl intended to bestow upon them a heavenly blessing, bringing life-saving moisture. Suddenly, rain poured from the heavens, causing incredible astonishment and shock among the observing men. They couldn't believe their eyes, as it seemed as if water was falling directly from the clouds. One of the men, struck by what was happening, wondered why this girl had summoned rain without asking for anything in return. He couldn't understand the motives behind her actions. Cilicia, unable to see their faces, was sure the men were now completely bewildered. She waited a little longer, enjoying the moment. In the city, meanwhile, one of the young men, puzzled by what was happening, asked if this noblewoman was really going to summon rain all this time. He doubted why she would do something like that for ordinary people. Cilicia, looking directly at them with a confident smile, declared that as long as she, Cilicia Palisade, was here, they would never again experience thirst. Her words sounded like a promise capable of changing life in the desert city. The girl, with a kind smile, expressed her joy at seeing people happy, as it brought happiness to her as well. She believed that helping them was no problem and therefore hoped that she would be revered as soon as possible. One of the observing men, with a thoughtful expression, shared his opinion on what had happened. He believed the girl was foolish and hadn't thought through the consequences, but at the same time, he suggested she might be a true savior, going against the teachings of the Church of Sophia by using magic for commoners. Suddenly, instead of the expected reverence, the people she had just helped fell to their knees, which genuinely astonished Cilicia. She thought she would finally achieve recognition, similar to Reizu-kun, but the situation took an unexpected turn. A short while later, Cilicia found herself behind bars, crying and bewildered as to why she was in prison when she had expected something entirely different. She loudly expressed her confusion. Inside the prison cell, Cilicia exclaimed that the people were very happy when she created rain because they lacked water. She couldn't understand why her actions had led to her imprisonment. The reason for her incarceration was more complex than a simple misunderstanding. Her actions had serious consequences in this world. A middle-aged man, Draman Sankredal, 42 years old, appeared. He explained to Cilicia that water was an extremely important resource in this country and no one could dispose of it as they pleased. Cilicia was shocked to hear about such a law which she was completely unaware of. Draman further explained that in this country, there was a law prohibiting everyone except the Lord from using magic, and she had clearly violated it. The man explained that magic was an extremely powerful force and many other lords had established similar laws to avoid problems. In any case, she would have ended up on the wanted list for destroying the village, as it was perceived. When the topic of village destruction came up, the man stated that the court would decide on that as it was beyond his jurisdiction. Cilicia, looking slightly confused, admitted she couldn't do anything about it. Despite all the explanations, the man declared that he was still obligated to punish her for breaking the law. An executioner stood nearby, ready to carry out the sentence, causing Cilicia to scream in panic. Cilicia, trembling behind bars, denied doing anything wrong and refused to accept the punishment. The man coldly replied that it wasn't personal, and any noblewoman should understand that breaking the law incurs punishment. Suddenly, a huge torrent of water crashed into the prison cell, causing the man standing outside to exclaim in astonishment and shock. What was happening was completely unexpected and inexplicable. Draman asked Cilicia if this was her doing. Crying, she shouted that yes, it was her doing and that these people would never stop hurting her. The man was furious with the water mistress. Cilicia cried, creating a vortex of water around herself, which was likely caused by her strong emotions. She was clearly upset and couldn't control her magic in that state. One of the guards frantically shouted that they needed to run immediately or they would be in trouble. Draman exclaimed in amazement that Cilicia's magic wasn't as strong as Viscount Snail's, but she had easily blocked his attack. The man, outraged by what was happening, demanded Cilicia stop immediately, explaining that at this rate she would drown herself too. He was clearly worried about her safety, despite his anger. Cilicia, sitting on the wet floor, calmly explained that she was a water mage and could dissolve into water, so she would be fine. The man furiously shouted, asking why she even came here if she was going to drown them. Cilicia cried, not understanding why they were calling her a murderer when she just wanted to help. Draman, seeing her tears, desperately yelled for her to just shut up. Continuing to cry, Cilicia mumbled that she came here to help people, but they kept hurting her. Water began to spread across the floor around her, forming puddles. 141. She resolutely wiped the tears from her face, declaring that there was no use crying over spilled milk. The young woman understood that she needed to pull herself together and take action. 142. She once again decided that she would get herself in order and travel to another country where she would become a hero, just like Rhys-kun. Thus began the legend of the great criminal of the new era, Cecilia Palisade. 143. 2 weeks after the battle with the dragon snail at Babylon Castle, Duke Hohenheim joyfully greeted Rhys, exclaiming that he was truly a hero of this country. 144. Rhys Babylon, sitting in the luxurious room, said it was a great honor to receive such compliments from the Duke. However, he added that the Duke shouldn't have bothered coming all this way. 145. Duke Hohenheim, smiling broadly, embraced Rhys Babylon, exclaiming that they were friends. He also added that he had been eagerly awaiting the chance to see his comrade's castle. 146. Rhys Babylon, with a joyful expression, said that it seemed to have piqued Uncle Hohenheim's interest. He noted that the castle was practically the same as the royal one, even though the Duke had seen real royal castles. 147. Rhys asked the Duke about his plans for the Django territories. The Duke replied that he intended to give them to him. 148. In response, a triumphant shout of gratitude and joy rang out. 149. Duke Hohenheim said that he had hidden quite a few things, but even the king had heard about what happened. Rhys was surprised. 150. The Duke informed him that they would have a personal meeting with the king in a month. These words clearly made Rhys Babylon nervous. 151. Rhys Babylon, with eyes full of tears of delight, exclaimed that now even the king knew how cool he was. He joyfully imagined meeting the king, which was an incredible event for him. 152. Duke Hohenheim reassured Lord Rhys, saying he understood his nervousness about meeting the king. He assured him that he had informed the king of Rhys' obedience and respect for the royal family. The Duke expressed confidence that their meeting would go well. 153. Lord Rhys, having calmed down a bit, listened carefully to Duke Hohenheim. Rhys then offered two ideas he wanted to share. 154. Rhys' first idea was to throw a party to celebrate the joyous occasion and invite other nobles. 155. Lord Babylon's second idea was to invite the king himself to this party. 156. Duke Hohenheim flinched when he heard about Rhys' desire to invite the king to his castle, expressing surprise. 157. Rhys explained that he built this castle so that other nobles would realize Babylon's greatness. He was confident that inviting the king would help them finally get rid of their terrible reputation. 158. Rhys asked his maids to send a letter to the king, expressing the wish for the monarch to personally see Babylon's current state. 159. In the end, Duke Hohenheim, sitting in his castle, accepted what was said with a look of deep contemplation. 160. Hohenheim's gaze was fixed forward and his hair was slightly disheveled. He had made an important decision. Lord Rhys and the Duke sat at a table with cups on it. Lord Rhys addressed the Duke, who looked at him trustingly with his head slightly tilted. The Duke promised to trust Lord Rhys' judgment. Lord Rhys, dressed in formal attire, sat at a table adorned with decorative elements. He looked surprised, his eyebrows raised and his mouth slightly open. Behind him, a small, cartoonish character appeared, expressing confusion. The Duke sat thoughtfully, leaning back in his chair, his chin propped on his hand. Outside the window, a rural landscape with fields and a cart on the road was visible. The Duke remarked that what was happening would be quite difficult to conceal, to which a servant regretfully agreed. The man explained that they had been cooperating with the demigod church to keep everything under control. However, what had transpired was too much, and it was only a matter of time before an investigative team arrived from the capital. It was noted that the church's most capable person was watching Rhys and everything would be fine. A question was then raised about what would happen if assassins were sent after him. The Duke raised a hand to his face, his gaze focused. He was deep in thought, contemplating the situation. He acknowledged the clever scheme despite the provocative nature of the situation. It was stated that the decision had been made and the time had come for the greatest war in this world. The Duke smiled confidently, anticipating the upcoming events. He was ready to act and awaited the king's reaction to the message that had been sent. His resolve left no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. Alicia and Irina, with wide-open eyes, expressed extreme surprise. The news that the king and other nobles were invited to a party caught them off guard and caused confusion. The girls reacted emotionally to what was happening. One insisted that the others tell everything, while the other was alarmed by the Duke's hasty departure, which caused general excitement and an exchange of opinions. Alicia Dono and her companion understood that there was no time to lose. Determination was evident in their gazes. They realized the need to act quickly and consider their next steps. The girls began to speak. The subject of their discussion was the capture of the Devil Dragon people, indicating an impending conflict. Irina first fell into deep thought and voiced her assumptions about Alicia's reasons. Alicia instantly realized that the biggest obstacle in their path was the king himself, not Rhys. Irina exclaimed indignantly, recalling a horrifying sight. She had personally witnessed the power that led to the destruction of the beastmen, which deeply shocked her. Irina, with her tail dressed in light armor, stood with clenched fists. Her gaze was full of determination. All of this had happened 10 years ago. Irina's grandfather argued with her about participating in the battle. He insisted that she should not enter the fight as they were facing a magical attack from the Noble Alliance. Irina furiously ran forward, shouting curses at her grandfather. She looked enraged, while others called for her to stop and pleaded for help. She ran through the forest, her face full of grief. At that moment, she remembered her deceased relatives, her brother, sister, and mother. The girl, crying but with a determined expression, clenched her fists. She was resolved to fight to protect her people, despite the obvious danger. Irina was running, glancing over her shoulder, her face a mix of surprise and alarm. She realized just how far their enemies had gone, and it was a shock to her. She brought her hand to her face, expressing extreme surprise or shock. She had witnessed something unbelievable. The battle unfolded in an open area with several people fighting. Some were already lying on the ground, defeated, while others continued to clash. Irina was calling for her father. The nobles expressed confidence in their victory and their superiority over the useless commoners and beasts. They believed their opponents should have surrendered long ago. The Beast King bowed his head, admitting that he could be called a terrible king who failed to protect his people. At the same time, a nobleman, stepping on the Beast King's foot, smirked at him. After a sudden blow, one of the attackers was sent flying, his body torn to pieces. The other men standing around him were stunned by what happened. The Beast King declared that at least he wasn't a terrible fighter. In the heat of battle, the nobles discovered with horror that their physical barrier had no effect on their opponent, who was simply too fast. They frantically called for various magic spells and a magical barrier to protect their allies. Irina's father, covered in wounds, moved forward, radiating fury. His resolve was unshakable, and his actions filled his daughter, who was watching him, with admiration. The Beast King looked menacingly at his terrified opponent. He delivered a threatening message, ordering the survivors to return home and inform their king of the impending retribution. A terrifying sensation swept over everyone, sending shivers down their spines. A voice declared that there was no need for a messenger, and the nobleman's head was severed. From the heavens, surrounded by a radiant glow, a majestic figure of an elder descended. He had arrived to meet the Beast King, foreshadowing a fateful event. The Beast King looked in horror at the appearing figure and couldn't believe it was Nocius himself. King Nocius replied that his visit was a reward for killing his servants. Nocius stated that he was a busy man and demanded that the Beast King approach him. Irina's father warned that he should not be underestimated. The Beast King charged into attack. Irina cried out with joy, seeing that the one she supported had accomplished the task. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in terror as she witnessed something shocking. The man's body was struck with immense force. Nocius mockingly remarked that this was all the Beast King was capable of. Nocius effortlessly annihilated his opponent. He expressed disappointment and announced his intention to blow up the entire region. Irina was deeply shaken, her eyes wide with shock and her face reflecting pure horror. She couldn't comprehend what was happening, while the king's figure smirked maliciously. Alicia sympathized with her friend. Irina pondered why they had been left alive. She concluded that whoever did it might have thought they wouldn't be able to do anything, even if they survived. Irina smiled confidently, assuring everyone that they would definitely defeat the king. She felt at peace, knowing that Lord Rhys and the others were now on their side. 201. The majestic Noja Castle, the capital of the Kingdom of Noja, stood in all its grandeur. 202. The king sat on his throne, thoughtfully resting his chin on his hand, his gaze expressing deep interest. He smirked as he mentioned Rhys Babelin's name, anticipating how events would unfold. 203. The castle, whose grounds had been tainted by evil deeds, was preparing to become a refuge for terrorists. 204. Rhys sat in a chair, looking slightly uneasy, even though things were going so well it was almost frightening. Two maids stood nearby, confirming that his foresight had led to their success, despite someone else not understanding anything. 205. Babelin, seated in a chair, modestly deflected the compliments, asserting that all credit belonged to those who believed in him. He noted that he had been able to show his best side and build trusting relationships with everyone. 206. Rhys exclaimed that he was having a lot of fun and planned to throw a party not only with the nobles but also with the king himself, hoping the king would even praise him for it. 207. Lord Rhys sat, chin in hand, deep in thought, while his small dragon-like pet looked worried. The young man stated that he had been informed that a dragon buffet would not please the royal family members. 208. Rhys expressed satisfaction that all his people were ready to help with the preparations. 209. He noted that his people were willing to help, even though they hated the nobles. 210. Rhys had also heard that everyone was working overtime to prepare for the party. 211. Babylon realized this was a good chance for everyone to come together, anticipating unity. 212. In the royal palace of Noja, during an audience, the nobles demanded Rhys Babylon's execution. They expressed outrage that he dared to send an invitation to his territory, considering it sufficient grounds for execution. 213. Noja urged everyone to calm down. A hand raised in the air indicated an attempt to take control of the situation. 214. The king of the kingdom of Noja, Jardabert Noja, an elderly man with a long beard, smiled, acknowledging that while he lacked tact, he was a hero who had defeated a dragon. 215. Noja also mentioned that Rhys had asked to see his territory with his own eyes. 216. The king noted that Babylon's land was practically a wasteland, and thus he was indirectly asking for help. Someone considered such an action unacceptable. 217. Jardabert Noja sternly declared that interrupting him while he was speaking was unacceptable. 218. The nobleman realized he had spoken foolishly to the king. Armored figures then approached him. 219. The man on his knees pleaded for mercy from His Highness, but was brutally cut short as his body exploded into a bloody mess. 220. The group of successors bowed their heads. It was suggested that they continue. The king sat on his throne, addressing those gathered in the hall, and declared that he was willing to grant Rhys' request, as those who do good deeds should be rewarded. The king, still on his throne, explained that he was a busy man and couldn't go himself. He then called upon the 48th prince, who responded. The young man, 13-year-old 48th Prince Johann Noja, received the order to go to the territory of Babylon in the king's stead. Johann looked pleased. He stood, expressing his desire to stay since he was born and raised in the city. At the same time, he wondered about this place called Babylon, describing it as a concentration of oddballs in the middle of nowhere. The king cupped his hand to his ear, pretending he couldn't hear well. He stated that his hearing had worsened with age and hinted that he wouldn't tolerate disobedience to his orders. A terrified Johann was shown. He remembered that anyone who angered the king would be immediately executed. This rule seemed to be the cause of his fear. Johann enthusiastically raised his hand, asking for permission to go. The king nodded approvingly, remarking that he was still young and his potential death wouldn't cause any problems. Johann noted that this was quite cruel. The assembly in the Great Hall concluded and everyone began to disperse. A massive door was shown slamming shut loudly, signaling the end of the meeting. Those present at the assembly were instructed to leave the premises immediately. Jardabert Noja looked agitated, his mouth wide open as he laughed loudly. His facial expression conveyed a strong reaction to what was happening. The king's gaze was focused and a slight smile played on his face. He expressed that it was charming and uttered Rhys' name, surprised that Babylon had decided to summon him, the king himself. He was flattered by such an address. The king was extremely surprised that Babylon was asking him for help. Noja mentioned that indifference to rude actions against oneself indicates a traitor willing to make the entire country their enemy, characterizing such a person as a child who doesn't think things through. The king looked slightly insane. He had been waiting a long time for someone like Rhys. Noja said that the teachings of the Church of Sophia were used to forbid magic for commoners, encourage discrimination, and fill people's hearts with hatred. This indicated manipulation and the incitement of conflicts. The king also noted that the countries of the beastmen and dwarves were conquered, and their inhabitants enslaved to fan the spark of rebellion. He mentioned that despite Babylon serving as a refuge for several traders, it had been left untouched for a long time. This indicated deliberate ignorance or a strategic decision not to intervene earlier. Jardebert Noja smiled, expressing that he had long passionately desired someone like Rhys. He also voiced his hope that this would allow him to quench his thirst. The king declared that Johann would be his sacrifice. He also gave instructions to kill him in the worst possible way as revenge against the nobles and to let his death be the start of a war. Rhys, with a joyful expression, savored the moment. He said that the territory of Babylon had become such a pleasant place. He also expressed his desire to be praised by his king, repeating it several times. The man in the palace pondered, resting his chin on his hand. It was suggested that Rhys had a secret strategy. The man believed that the invitation was merely a way to provoke. He smiled, thinking about a brilliant idea and how to avoid all risks while still dealing with the undesirable element. The servant in a dark suit and glasses bowed his head. The man said they would respond and asked him to relay something. It was reported that despite the invitation, the eldest son would be unable to attend due to health issues, and the younger son would arrive in his place. A request was also made to properly educate the younger son, using the sender's high status as an example, superior to that of a baron. Rhys was overjoyed, believing the king truly respected him. Babylon, holding some papers, turned towards the door where Alicia stood. She asked if the guest list check was finished. Alicia smiled, holding a scroll. Rhys was beside her, a look of embarrassment on his face. It was noted that the guests should arrive soon. Babylon, holding the scroll, speculated that all the lords and their eldest sons had simultaneously fallen ill. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps some new illness was going around. He considered that he could make a good impression by using healing magic. Alicia believed the upcoming event was perfect, as it would allow everyone to better prepare for the moment of truth. Her smile conveyed anticipation and confidence in her plans. Belle apologized and reported that the dragon riders had announced the arrival of some guests on the territory. Rhys replied that he needed to prepare and greet them. The maid continued, explaining that instead of significant figures, a bunch of problematic children had arrived, younger and even illegitimate children who couldn't use magic. It seemed to be an attempt by the lords and their eldest sons to avoid participating. Irina looked troubled. She concluded that the arriving guests were simply trying to get rid of inconveniences, which was to be expected from them. Her tone and expression conveyed disappointment and perhaps disdain for those who sent these children. Alicia smiled, mentioning that Rhys had foreseen this situation. Her confidence in Rhys-sama's plans was unwavering, and she seemed completely convinced that everything was proceeding according to a pre-planned scenario. Irina realized that the arriving children were just like them, neglected day after day and perhaps even abused. Children huddled nearby, reinforcing the sense of their vulnerability and similarity to her own experience. Alicia, smiling energetically, expressed her conviction that Rhys would take care of all the sorrows in their hearts, thereby improving their situation. Her words sounded very optimistic, as if she was trying to present the situation in the best possible light, despite its obvious problematic nature. Finally, Alicia enthusiastically invited Irina, informing her that the party would begin soon. Rhys apologized to Klaus for distracting him from strengthening the party's security measures. The young man, in turn, expressed his reluctance to leave his lord alone, citing Belson's instruction to stay by his side throughout the event. Belle responded seriously, emphasizing that their main task was the Lord's safety. Lord Rhys was clearly worried. He reflected with some anxiety that there might be problematic individuals among the guests. Rhys, in turn, politely replied that he was counting on Klaus and received confirmation of his request. Belson smiled and called the situation good material. A loud voice demanded to meet the Lord of the territory, adding tension to the overall atmosphere. Rhys noted the existence of a problem. 261. Babylon turned to the maid, asking anxiously what was happening. The maid began to explain the situation, but her words were cut short. 262. Johann was clearly in a state of great indignation. He loudly expressed his displeasure at what he saw, questioning what was going on in the castle. 263. Klaus stood ready for action, with Belle beside him, also on alert. Rhys, standing slightly ahead, wondered why someone disliked the castle everyone had worked so hard to build. Their gazes were fixed on the source of the disturbance. 264. Johann looked at the Lord. He replied that he didn't understand what she was talking about, as they had merely used the same design as royal castles. He advised her to be more careful with her words or the royal family might get angry. 265. The young man, with a tense face and a raised hand expressing anger, declared his royal lineage, introducing himself as the 48th Prince Johan Noja. He assumed the Lord already knew this. 266. Rhys looked surprised. He expressed disbelief that someone could be a member of the royal family, saying this person didn't look like royalty at all and was a real jerk. Then he wondered what he could say to avoid angering him. 267. Babylon, smiling, said he always thought a royal family member's good upbringing would be immediately obvious. Johan, in response, indignantly asked if that meant he didn't look like royalty. 268. Rhys, with a frown, muttered to himself that he hadn't said that and noted that Johan was somehow getting angrier. The Lord expressed a desire to say something but noted he needed to be calmer, as he was a person with a temper. 269. Rhys, with a smile, offered to use healing magic on Johan's head. Johan, with an angry expression, clutching his head, replied that he would kill him. 270. The scroll announced a castle party in a month, inviting people who desired peace for their nation. It stated they should come to the great hero, Rhys Babylon. 271. A man with wavy hair and sharp features holding a piece of paper looked extremely indignant. He claimed that Rhys was just a low-ranking baron and didn't even have a castle, calling it a lie. At the same time, rumors were spreading that this baron had defeated an evil dragon and saved the Jago territory. The man urged people not to get involved with him and wondered who he thought he was. 272. An elderly man in glasses, looking worried, wiped his face with a handkerchief. He explained that Duke Hohenheim had also signed the invitation and they couldn't just ignore it. His interlocutor, a tall man with curly hair, confidently replied that he was aware of that. 273. Johan exclaimed that not only had they copied the royal palace, but they had also painted it black, calling it terrible and expressing bewilderment at such a decision. Her reaction indicated strong disapproval. 274. Rhys hinted that what was happening probably reminded him of his home. Johan was outraged and didn't know if the Lord was planning a rebellion against the Noja kingdom or what. 275. Babylon was stunned. He couldn't understand how one could come to such a conclusion after seeing a castle built as a sign of respect for the royal family. Meanwhile, Johan, clearly angered, asked if he was going to say something to him, considering him insane. 276. Rhys only noticed the presence of a group of children standing before him. He expressed surprise. The children looked different, some were anxious, others apathetic. 277. The children looked dejected. One of them exclaimed that the strange Babylonians would kill them, expressing complete indifference to life, while another declared he didn't care what happened in this country. Rhys sadly noted that Johan wasn't the only problem, and there were also these disheartened children. 278. Rhys suddenly realized that all the senders wanted him to train their children, which was why they had been sent here. His face lit up with a happy smile, and he looked very enthusiastic about this discovery. 279. Alicia, beaming with a smile, raised a finger and asked to hold the group of children back. Rhys, standing nearby, looked shocked by her request. His eyes widened in surprise. 280. Suddenly, a loud clap rang out, making everyone jump, and Johan felt a strong impact. Babylon was clearly shaken by what was happening, watching the children fall. 281. Alicia smiled at Rhys, assuring him that she would handle the situation and train everyone properly. The young man, slightly embarrassed, thanked her for the offer, not quite understanding what it would lead to. 282. Irina, giving a cheerful thumbs up, offered her help, promising that everything would be fine. Rhys, looking a bit worried, cautiously accepted her offer, reminding her to be careful. 283. Irina, pleased with herself, suggested detaining the remaining guests and sending them to the underground temple, claiming she could heal them with magic if they didn't die. Lord Rhys expressed concern about the consequences of such an act, fearing their IQ would drop even lower afterward. He also worried about the ruined party. 284. Johan seemed to have just come to, his eyes half closed and his face showing confusion. He slowly regained consciousness, trying to figure out where he was. 285. Several people, including young men and women, found themselves bound and tied to wooden chairs. They looked scared and bewildered, loudly asking what would happen to them and where they were. Their faces showed anxiety and confusion. 286. Irina and Alicia watched the awakened captives with sinister smiles. They seemed pleased with what was happening, their expressions full of cunning and a touch of schadenfreude. 287. Johann, tied to a chair, struggled to break free, his face expressing anger and determination. He was surrounded by other bound people who were also trying to free themselves. 288. Alicia held a dagger, her gaze serious. She stated that she wouldn't kill anyone as long as they behaved. Johann asked what she was planning and if she intended to harm a member of the royal family. 289. Johann indignantly exclaimed that his father would not forgive anyone who tried to do anything to him. Irina replied that such an approach was unacceptable for a young man, and if he wanted to become a good person, he shouldn't rely on his parents so readily. She emphasized the importance of self-reliance. 290. Irina smiled, declaring that they were going to fix his way of thinking for the future of this country, and that it was quite obvious. Johann asked what they planned to do, demanding an explanation for their actions. 291. Irina, with a slight smile, invited him to speak his mind. She asked if he was truly satisfied with the current state of affairs, her gaze expectant. 292. Johann, with a hand to his mouth, expressed surprise at what had happened, noting that his mouth was moving on its own. He indignantly asked what they had done to him, then voiced his hatred for his father, who did whatever he wanted with him. He also hated the other nobles who mocked him for being a younger prince. 293. Alicia, covering her face with her hands, laughed. She revealed that they had used a truth serum to properly train him. Johann was furious. 294. Irina, smiling broadly, suggested they listen to everyone. Johann, holding his head, expressed surprise that he had been given some strange drug without hesitation and called these people terrorists. He was clearly in a panic about the situation. 295. Despair and hatred were conveyed. There was talk of hatred for parents, family, and the aristocracy, as well as calls for the death of those they hated. Pleas to stop the beatings and indignation about the excessive importance of being a talented mage were heard. All these phrases expressed deep pain and resentment. 296. Alicia, looking very pleased, joyfully announced that people's true desires were coming to light. Beside her stood hooded figures who echoed her, urging them to unleash their justice, anger, and murderous intentions and to allow themselves to be stained with hatred. The atmosphere was filled with sinister joy. 297. Johann, with a frightened expression holding his head, exclaimed that he couldn't hate his father, asserting that he was wonderful. 298. The guy looked shocked and angry, his eyes full of determination. He declared his desire to kill the old man and all his older brothers, claiming that this was how they should value their ideals and allow their greed to consume them to forge their own path. Below, Rhys was shown granting them power for this, presumably in the form of an injection. 299. A young man, sitting on what looked like a bench, screamed in pain, his body covered in liquid. He was clearly in great agony, evident from his wide-open mouth and strained expression. Nearby, drops resembling blood were visible and his eyes were panicked. 300. The young man, recovering from the pain, exclaimed that he felt great and as if he had been reborn, feeling power surge through him. Irina explained that it was an enhancing drug they had developed based on samples taken from those infected with the dragon virus. She added that although the virus was no longer active, the drug could improve magical and physical abilities. Alicia, smiling brightly, addressed the children, urging them to go and show their new power to their parents, siblings, and relatives. Her gesture and expression were full of jubilation, and shouts could be heard from behind her. Rhys got quite close to the door and heard loud shouts. Rhys expressed confidence that everything went well. She admitted she was worried and came to check, but now she was sure the children's parents would be very happy. Her words sounded very positive and carefree despite the previous events. In the night landscape, where the only source of light was the moon, barely illuminating the outlines of the trees, a girl's silhouette stood in the shadows, expressing regret about the party. Her thoughts were focused on someone she believed didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. The overall atmosphere was filled with melancholy. The morning after the party at Babylona Castle was revealed to the viewer. A massive structure topped with spires loomed over the surrounding forest. Inside the castle, in one of the halls with tall windows, Rhys Babelton stood, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. He suggested that the guests had already reached their homes. Irina smiled cheerfully, confirming that several guards had been sent with the guests. Babelton, in turn, listened carefully to her words, his expression serious. Rhys, blushing, turned away, expressing discomfort with Irina's indecent attire. He told himself to get a grip, while Irina, standing on one leg and holding onto the window, explained that their journey home should be smooth. She always entered through the window, which scared the young man. Irina, with a satisfied smile on her face, talked about her brainwashing training program, ironically adding that there was nothing special about it. The young man admitted he was impressed by her method, despite the ambiguity of the situation. Many young people who had previously been problematic now sincerely thanked Rhys Babylona, expressing gratitude for the party invitation. He modestly replied that there was no need to be humble, and secretly rejoiced that their parents would now think better of him, especially considering Prince Johan's presence. Irina and Rhys expressed impatience regarding the parents' reactions. Irina joyfully exclaimed that she was looking forward to it too. An elderly man dressed in a business suit with a bow tie spread his arms wide, begging his son to come closer, reminding him of family ties. His face expressed despair and his eyes were wide open. He looked clearly agitated, trying to convince his interlocutor. The son yelled at his father, claiming that he had treated him like trash all this time, and reminded him of it. He also reported that he had found out about plans to kill him if he arrived alive from Babylona. The whole situation pointed to a deep conflict and betrayal. The man grabbed the girl by her hair, her face contorted in pain. She made a questioning sound, expressing bewilderment. Then it was stated that the man's soldiers had told what was happening, and surprise was expressed that someone disliked the girl so much. The fair-haired girl recoiled in fright from the blood splatters on the wall, her eyes wide. She named the only family she had left, then exclaimed that it was the Church of the Demiurge. That day, children who had been terribly mistreated by their relatives became the heads of their respected families, using the most terrible means possible. This meant a violent change of power and brutal revenge. Two cloaked figures stood before an audience, one of them explaining something. It was said that people should listen carefully and that it was their duty to honor God the Demiurge, the creator of all things. The hooded man claimed that magic was a tool granted to guide people with love and understanding. Then it was stated that the goddess Sophia was a lie invented by the royal family and that a true god would never discriminate against his own people. These statements undermined existing foundations and religious beliefs. The young man, with his hand raised, urged people to pay attention to demiurgism. Next to him stood a smiling girl who approved of what was happening. The setting hinted at the beginning of some important meeting or sermon where the ideas of demiurgism would be presented to the public. A man in the crowd addressed the people, saying that they were going against the laws of the royal family, and if anyone associated with them, the Lord could send their heads flying. One of them admitted that the first speaker was, in principle, right. The crowd looked worried and tense, listening to the warning. The young man with wavy blonde hair, smiling confidently, announced that his father and brother had died last night, and therefore he had taken over as head of the family and lord of the territory. He added that there was a small change he needed to notify everyone about as soon as possible, but would share the details later. His posture and smile expressed triumph. The young man, raising his fist, enthusiastically declared to the crowd that he had decided to fully support the Church of the Demigod. The people around him, including several hooded figures, listened intently, some looking surprised, others interested. He stood on a raised platform as if giving a speech. Alicia explained that unlike the Church of Sophia, the Church of the Demigod teaches that a true nobleman uses magic for the sake of his people, and thanks to their teachings, she was able to see her true God. Next to her, the young man was hallucinating due to the drug. Standing on a raised platform among the crowd, the young man raised his hand, from which magic emanated. He announced that from this moment on, he would use his magic for other people. The crowd cheered for their new lord, expressing their support and admiration. The crowd cheered for the new lord and the Church of the Demigod. The overall atmosphere was filled with widespread enthusiasm and approval. The young lord, with a worried expression, asked what was happening, looking at the commotion in the crowd. He was told that the high priest of the Church of Sophia was before him. His appearance clearly caused excitement among those present, some of whom raised their hands in greeting. The high priest of the Church of Sophia, with indignation on his face, questioned what the Lord's youngest son, who was mostly not even on the path to success, was thinking by agitating people in such a way. He then addressed the crowd, reproaching them for neglecting the teachings of the state religion and urging them to find their place, while also declaring that they too were guilty. His words were full of condemnation. The high priest of the Church of Sophia, raising his hand, ordered to cut a couple of them down to teach them a lesson. In response, he heard agreement. He also added that he would make sure the lord of the territory later understood why they had done so. His actions indicated his authority and readiness for decisive measures. The priest anxiously asked if a rebellion against an entire nation was being planned, threatening that the royal army would come for him. The lord resolutely stated that if it weren't for him, the rebellion would have happened and his sworn brothers should have made their move by now. The young lord, standing on the platform, declared with a joyful smile that all of this was for Rhys Sama and the Church of the Demigod. At the same time, several hooded guards grabbed the priest, who resisted, shouting curses at them. One of the hooded guards, with a smiling face, responded affirmatively. A few days later in Babylon Castle, Rhys Babylton read letters with surprise. One stated that thanks to the power granted, he had secured his position as head of the family. Another letter from an apostle of the church expressed deep gratitude for the provided church, which preaches the extermination of the aristocracy, allowing them to cherish each day as a blessing. In a third from a certain savior, it was said that thanks to the church, his territory had become a cozy place. The young man looked genuinely surprised by this turn of events. Rhys Babylton sat at a table, reviewing numerous reports that indicated favorable conditions in every region. A maid stood beside him. Meanwhile, several small, stylized figures resembling children expressed their gratitude, confirming that the young man was right to leave their training to the other two. He noted with satisfaction that things were going quite well. Rhys Babylton listened with displeasure to words addressed to him, saying that he overthinks too much, and that it was off-putting, not to mention his childish behavior. He was told that people would consider him wrong and unintelligent if he continued to speak and act that way. Below, another stylized figure with a satisfied smile resembling a child said that his father's opinion of him was accurate. Someone else wondered who was now useless, and exclaimed that Babylon's value would rise again. Rhys Babylton stood thoughtfully, while the maid next to him assured him that everything was fine and Alicia-sama was already handling the matter. The young man expressed concern that it would be bad if people thought they were just a bunch of heretics, and that they only had the Church of Sophia left to deal with. Below, a stylized figure resembling a child was visible, adding contrast to the seriousness of the situation. The Church of the Demigod. Below, between rough brick walls, a slightly ajar wooden door was visible. Alicia descended the steps leading down. A group of people in simple clothes, many of them elderly, stood in a stone square, addressing another group standing higher up on the stairs. Two men were enraged, shouting curses and accusations at the youngsters who dared to treat the apostles of Goddess Sophia in such a way. Above, on the steps, hooded figures stood, creating an atmosphere of confrontation. Alicia laughed maliciously, her laughter an expression of triumph. The girl said that she had been imprisoned for a long time but had not yet been punished. She questioned when Goddess Sophia would come to her aid, expressing defiance towards the church's servants. Strong emotions surfaced. Someone urged them to know their place, asserting that this person belonged to an insignificant church that had long been exiled. Another reported that King Jahardabert would notice what was happening and send knights to the rescue. These phrases indicated conflict and impending retribution. Alicia, clutching her head, expressed indignation, calling the servants of faith a bunch of babies incapable of doing anything on their own. She continued to accuse them of relying on people above them, such as the king or the goddess. This demonstrated her contempt for the dependence of others. The church priests stood in fear. One of them made a questioning sound. Alicia, standing before the church officials, warned that if they continued to make a scene, her objective might change next time. She laughed, indicating her control over the situation and a potential threat. The young woman noted that she had never discussed this with other believers. She admitted there were times she truly regretted being born into a family of Demiurgo's church members. This revealed her personal struggles and possible disillusionment with her faith. Alicia became lost in thought, expressing resentment towards her parents, who were executed by order of the Church of Sophia simply because they were deemed an obstacle. She also confessed that she hated the god Demiurgos, even without knowing if he existed. These words revealed her deep pain and anger caused by past tragedies. The girl reflected on the wonderful, wise, and kind Rhys Babylton Sama, recalling how she once met him. Her entire demeanor expressed a deep connection to this man. Alicia, smiling ecstatically, expressed her immense gratitude to Demiurgos. She explained that Rhys, being a nobleman, patronized the Demiurgos church in his territory, built them a castle, granted them freedom to practice their teachings, and thus gave them a happy life day by day. She believed that thanks to Demiurgos, a beautiful person was born, surpassing even a god. The young woman closed her eyes, placed her hands on her cheeks, and smiled radiantly. She exclaimed that her faith had never been so strong, demonstrating a profound emotional experience. A church official, mouth agape, exclaimed that Alicia was definitely crazy. Another, with a similar look of horror, confirmed that she was a priestess who had lost her mind and was also supporting the lower classes. Both were certain of their words, believing there could be no mistake. One of the believers suggested that Rhys was undoubtedly using the girl to conquer an entire nation. Alicia joyfully announced that it was time for a small experiment. Her eyes gleamed and syringes were visible around her, indicating her intention to try many different things to improve the devilish dragonizing drug. Her words sounded both cheerful and menacing. Alicia confidently stated that she must try her best for the man she loved even more than God to love her back. A church official tried to stop her. Meanwhile, something destructive was happening in the royal palace of Nausea. Johan was at the epicenter of the events. The young man, full of rage, shouted that he would kill the old man for his brother, Rhys Sama, while the king, with a mocking expression, wondered how such a worthless person dared to stand against him. Everything around was covered in splatters, as if from splashes, intensifying the sense of dynamism and conflict. Johan, his face contorted with anger, yelled at the king's enormous figure who towered over him. The old man looked incredibly powerful. Duke Hohenheim praised the skills, calling them otherworldly, and addressed the man as a wonderful dear friend. It was reported that 23 territories were affected by the coup. The duke greeted his servant. The woman reported that another duke and baron had fallen, bringing their number to 25. This indicated ongoing power shifts and the fall of the aristocracy. Duke Hohenheim's servant explained that the fact that all the new lords belonged to the Demiurgo's church helped mitigate all the detrimental effects of the unexpected changes. Hohenheim asked if there had been any negative impact due to the sudden change in power. This shows that the Demiurgo's church played a key role in stabilizing the situation after the coup. The duke praised the work done. He also added that by kidnapping the church's high-ranking officials, they managed to minimize the general public's anxiety. This indicated a successful operation to seize power and control the population. The duke confidently declared that the time had come. He also stated that he must make his move as soon as possible. His determined expression indicated readiness for action and anticipation of upcoming events. He urged all agents to hurry and prepare. He stated that they would work together with the new lords, his dear friend's disciples. This demonstrated the mobilization of forces and cooperation with new allies to achieve their goals. Duke Hohenheim's servant looked at her partner. The partner whispered something in her ear. Hohenheim looked surprised and worried as he stood before the servant. He was clearly shocked when she informed him about the incident at the royal castle, specifically mentioning that Prince Johan had rebelled. The news visibly rattled the man. Johan, with a furious expression and wide-open eyes, raised his fist to strike. He loudly expressed his indignation, indicating his deep resentment and anger. Johan's fist struck with energy and power. His opponent clearly provoked a storm of irritation in him. His words and actions conveyed extreme frustration and aggression. The elderly man, his head distorted from the blow, laughed despite the obvious pain. He declared that he was happy to hear such words from his opponent. His laughter in such a situation seemed extremely eerie and unnatural. The elderly man, disfigured by the blows, exclaimed that he could no longer hold back after seeing how charming his opponent was. His words were paradoxical, given the physical violence, and indicated a twisted admiration. The blows continued to rain down on him. Prince Johan loudly expressed his displeasure and demanded that Nausea stop. His eyes were wide open, showing determination and perhaps desperation in his attempt to stop Nausea. The king, looking straight ahead, announced the fusion technique. Elements resembling armor pieces appeared around him and began to assemble. His eyes glowed as he called for action, foreshadowing a massive attack. Jardebert Nausea unleashed a powerful energy blast aimed at Johan, who was thrown backward by the force of the impact. Below, a massive building crumbled, its walls disintegrating from the impact, all while someone watched from the side, laughing maliciously. Johan choked on his own blood, while the king declared that he had changed for the better and would be rewarded. Jardebert Nausea, with a triumphant expression and raised hands, announced the use of the fusion technique, Titan's Condemnation. Above him loomed a colossal, tearing mass resembling a rock fragment, radiating destructive energy. This created an impression of immense power and threat. A huge, crumbling mass resembling clumps of earth and stones crashed down with a roar, revealing the outlines of a city below. A young man with red hair, exhausted and beaten, watched in despair, realizing that this threatened Johan and all the people in the capital. The atmosphere was tense and portended disaster. A gigantic mass, like a clump of earth and stones, rained down from above, heading for the city, causing the residents below to be terrified and bewildered, asking what it was. Meanwhile, the king shouted about accepting his love, creating an absurd and eerie contrast with the ongoing destruction. Johan lay on the ground, covered in wounds and abrasions, his face contorted with pain and despair, his eyes half closed, indicating his exhaustion. He considered the attack against him one thing. But what worried the young man more was that innocent people in the capital would be caught in the catastrophe. His body, covered in marks, testified to the suffering he endured, but he was ready to sacrifice himself for others. The young man with red hair, bleeding and covered in wounds, raised his head, defying an unseen opponent and questioning if he called himself a king. At the same time, he declared that he would protect the lives of the people, showing incredible determination. Next to him, a huge, deformed mass fell, hinting at his difficult struggle. The character, having sustained many injuries, was defeated, but suddenly he rose, showing determination. His face contorted with strain as he prepared for a counterattack. The ground around the character shook and cracked, sending debris into the air. A huge piece of rock crashed down on him, threatening to crush him. Despite the previous blows, the character lunged forward, his fist clenched and aimed directly at his opponent. A cry of pain escaped his mouth, but he did not stop. The character continued to strike, his fists flashing through the air, leaving glowing trails. Many energy fists formed around him, amplifying his attack. The character, focusing his gaze on the target, declared his desire to be recognized. His expression was full of determination. He sought to prove his worth. 381. He continued his statements, expressing his desire to follow in Rhys-sama's footsteps and become a ruler adored by his people. His posture and gestures emphasized the seriousness of his intentions. 382. He delivered the final blow. 383. The final attack was a colossal explosion, tearing space apart. The light blinded everything around, signaling ultimate destruction. 384. The battle concluded with a powerful strike, sending building debris flying. Johan, wounded but smiling, fell, realizing he had fulfilled his duty. 385. Amidst the ruins, surrounded by shattered debris, lay Johan, his body covered in wounds. He had managed to withstand the powerful attack, earning praise from the mighty old man who hadn't held back during the assault. 386. The adult man with long hair stood over his defeated opponent, expressing his admiration. He acknowledged the warrior as worthy, capable of entertaining even the strongest. The man had long sought such an opponent who could give him true pleasure in battle. 387. The tall, strong man with long hair continued to stand, his words conveying surprise and delight. He admitted that his opponent had exceeded all his expectations, coming up with truly incredible and unexpected moves. These thoughts filled him with a mix of astonishment and respect. 388. The man, surrounded by debris, was in a state of extreme bewilderment at the turn of events. He couldn't have foreseen such a development, realizing it was the first time he had been so completely caught off guard. It was a shock to him that his opponent could transform a harmless person into a monster and send him back to kill. 389. In the shadow of the ruined building, the man stood, his words imbued with a sense of satisfaction. He announced that he would reward his opponent for how much he had entertained him. The man decided to spare the warrior, offering him something akin to a prize. 390. The mighty opponent, addressing the defeated warrior, ordered him to return to Benbalan. He delivered a message to his enemy, declaring his desire to start the greatest war. The man's figure, resembling a lion, cut through space, disappearing into the distance. 391. The mighty opponent, having taken the form of a majestic lion, swiftly moved away across the sky. Leaving a shimmering trail behind him, he headed away from the battleground. Meanwhile, the man watching him realized with surprise how worthy an opponent his son had turned out to be. 392. Lord Rhys loudly exclaimed about the tranquility of the surrounding area. Her eyes were narrowed and her mouth was wide open, expressing a strong emotional state. 393. Rhys stood smiling in the garden of Benbalan Castle, sensing Rhys's presence. He mused that while this place was full of oddballs, there hadn't been any fights lately, attributing it to his good example. Meanwhile, other characters, including a knight and a maid, were also in the garden. 394. Alicia was very pleased, exclaiming Rhys' name. 395. The girl wondered in surprise why Rhys was always so amusing. He, in turn, asked if she hadn't been a mole before evolving into a human. Alicia replied that she was in the process of digging tunnels. 396. Alicia, with a joyful and slightly crazy smile on her face, announced her intention to dig a tunnel from her house to someone's room. Two dark hooded figures watched her, remaining on either side. 397. Rhys mused that Alicia was a bit noisy but quite funny, and thanks to her, he remembered how good it was to be a sensible person like himself. At that moment, Alicia exclaimed, realizing her room was on the 3rd floor, which made her previous intention to dig a tunnel much more difficult, while the same two hooded figures continued to watch. 398. Klaus, pointing excitedly, urged Rhys to look over here. Rhys approached and calmly observed the falling star, recalling that to make a wish come true, one must say it 3 times, and mentally wished for a true antagonist and a true heroine. 399. Alicia, with wide eyes and a shocked expression on her face, cried out, crawling on the ground. She fearfully wondered if the falling star was heading their way. 400. Prince Johan found himself weightless, his body appearing distorted and damaged, indicating a powerful impact. Rhys and Klaus looked shocked and scared. The maid seemed surprised and worried. One of the men in the distance called out to Rhys. The young man with spiky blonde hair, eyes wide with terror, watched his castle being subjected to a devastating attack. A beam of light shot from the top of the castle, causing an explosion and destruction. He expressed strong indignation at what was happening to his castle. Rhys Babelton, with a smug smile, mused about how he had sent the promising Johan home, only for him to return as a falling star. Destroyed parts of the castle were visible, with smoke rising from them. Lord Rhys, moving assertively, stated that he had no time for silly jokes and demanded that Klaus come with him. Klaus confirmed his agreement. The maid nearby was surprised by his assertiveness. Babelton announced his intention to call people to clear the debris. The maid expressed her gratitude. Alicia, with a finger to her chin, looked thoughtful. She speculated that this must be a declaration of war from King Jahardabert. She gave an order to immediately contact all regional offices. 2 hooded figures confirmed they had received the instruction. Rhys Babelton and the armored prince watched as a beaten and bleeding Johan fell to the ground. The armored prince anxiously called out his name, and the young man confirmed that he understood everything. At that moment, the young man began to put on a glove, preparing for further action. Rhys Babelton, with a determined expression, demanded that Johan return to them, emphasizing that he was too young to die. He also added that Johan must take responsibility for destroying his castle, hinting at some long-standing conflict. Debris continued to fall around them. The young man was breathing heavily, expressing relief after the ordeal had ended. His eyes were half closed, and he looked extremely exhausted. His face was covered in scrapes and blood. 411. Johan was stunned, his eyes wide and a look of bewilderment on his face. Rhys and Klaus stood beside him. 412. Babelton comforted the beaten and crying young man, who was apologizing and lamenting his easy defeat. The young man was unhappy with the outcome, questioning if he had truly lost. It gave the impression that the defeat was unexpected. 413. In the ruined, once-grand building, a group of workers, including a maid, examined the debris with surprise and horror. One of the men exclaimed that it was terrible, while the maid, wide-eyed, was clearly shocked by the scale of the destruction. Numerous pieces of debris and dust lay all around them. 414. Rhys Babelton watched the confused red-haired man with a good-natured smile. Meanwhile, the maid, with a frightened expression and wide eyes, was reading a forbidden journal. 415. Johan lamented that he had started a fight with the old man, King Jahardabert, using the strength the king had given him, and admitted that the king was on a completely different level. Rhys listened thoughtfully, nodded in response, and then said with understanding that it was indeed what a boy his age would do. He also noted with a slight chuckle that a father and son had argued and decided to fight instead of just talking. 416. Rhys Babelton and his companion discussed the cruelty of the father who had left his son on the brink of death. Surprise was expressed that such an act could be committed by a parent. 417. Flashbacks showed children at a party getting along well with their families, while the young man's father looked down on him, not taking his attempts to prove himself seriously. This created an impression of alienation and rejection. 418. Lord Rhys helped Johan to his feet, expressing thoughts of unforgiveness. Johan's attention was on Jahardabert. 419. Johan actively expressed indignation, while the second person, with dark curly hair, remained more restrained but also showed displeasure. It was discussed that innocent kingdoms suffered because of Johan's fight, and he didn't care about their suffering. 420. Rhys closed his eyes, expressing deep disappointment in the king. His words indicated that he considered the king a complete failure. He gently stroked the girl's head, explaining that a true king paves his way not through violence but through dialogue. He condemned the foolish king who betrayed his moral values and didn't cherish the lives of his people, considering him a failure as both a ruler and a human being. Babylon held Johan, looking around the destroyed area. He noted that it had become noisy and assumed his people had arrived, signaling impending changes. Rhys stood in the ruined building, announcing that he had made a decision. His figure was surrounded by debris, emphasizing the scale of destruction and the seriousness of his intentions. With a confident smile, he declared that he must become the new king. He addressed his comrades, announcing the arrival of a holy war and his intention to kill the evil tyrant, King Jahardavart. He raised his hand, his back to a massive crowd of people who supported him. The crowd gathered, expressing their admiration and support, calling Rhys their savior. They demanded that he punish the proud king and destroy the capital, insisting that it was time for Rhys Sama to take the throne. At the same time, a small, determined figure declared her intention to go after Jardabert's head. King Jardabert Noja watched with a cunning smile. He uttered Rhys's name and expressed pleasure that it had taken him a full 130 years to find his dear enemy. His eyes showed anticipation of the upcoming events. The Lord sat on his throne in the ruined but majestic hall, surrounded by collapsed walls. He looked away, pondering his opponent's thoughts. His face expressed thoughtfulness and slight curiosity. The hero who defeated the evil dragon saved people, which brought him widespread fame. However, elsewhere, he was accused of betrayal for daring to summon the king to his territory. There were also accusations that he turned Prince Mohan into a monster, making him a fierce killer, and used the heretical church to win people's hearts. King Jardabert Noja spoke, saying that before dealing with a great man like Rhys, he needed to warm up the stage. He ordered all forces to be gathered and commanded his people to crush the traitor's troops. Those who refused to fight would be stripped of their titles and sentenced to death. King Jardabert Noja, uttering his name, used magic that spread around him, creating powerful energy currents in the sky. These currents swirled over the city, creating a sense of growing threat. His words resonated with immense power, proclaiming his authority. Amidst the ruined buildings and debris, King Jardabert gave the order to gather all forces and crush the traitor's troops. His words, enveloped in an aura of power, spread, calling for immediate action. The sight of the destruction emphasized the seriousness of his intent. A loud announcement was heard that those who refused to fight would be stripped of their titles and sentenced to death. Hohian remarked that it had all begun, observing the unfolding events. Duke Hohian expressed surprise at the old man's magic and his intention to go on the offensive after gathering forces in the capital. He wondered if the man was becoming senile or just pretending to be foolish. The Duke and his assistant conversed. The man noted that this situation had given them valuable time for him and his friend. She clarified if they had made some progress, summarizing their discussion. Duke Hohenheim's subordinate reported that the mobilization of their troops was almost complete. She also mentioned that they had nearly finished testing the new weapons sent from Babylon, the so-called explosives. Hohenheim, standing before a table with a small bottle on it, smirked and called it a secret drug. He seemed pleased with his acquisition. He noted that the drug increased physical and magical power to an incredible degree, but clinical trials were not yet complete. The girl exclaimed in shock, looking at the Duke. Meanwhile, he demonstratively brought a flask to his lips, preparing for something dangerous. Only an empty bottle remained on the table from which the secret drug had apparently been drunk, and a crumpled piece of paper lay nearby. Cries of horror and regret echoed in the room, indicating the consequences of what had happened. 441. The Duke, with a wide grin, declared that the biggest war this world had ever seen would soon begin. He expressed his desire to maximize his chances of victory, so the best way to do that was to take the drug himself, setting an example. He also noted that the other person would have to take it eventually anyway. 442. Hohenheim suddenly tensed, his eyes widening in surprise, and a darkening aura appeared around him, indicating the activation of his abilities. His face showed the beginning of a transformation. 443. The Duke addressed his subordinate like a friend, stating that he would take care of the small fry and urging her to focus on finishing off the old man. His gaze was full of determination, and flashes of power continued to emanate around him. 444. The final battle was about to begin between the young man with the brain of a child who never thinks things through and the super strong and insanely old man with a rotten brain. Both characters were surrounded by powerful energy bursts, foreshadowing a grand clash. 445. Shortly before Rhys decided to go to war against the kingdom, Silica-sama saved several children. The children hugged her, laughed, and called out her name, expressing their gratitude and calling her their savior and the meaning of their lives. 446. The young girl, looking thoughtful, pondered her original plan. Her idea was to save many people and enjoy the process. However, events weren't unfolding quite as she had expected. 447. A man with an eye patch leaning against an invisible wall listened to the upset girl. She expressed her displeasure at being surrounded by nasty old men. He, in turn, calmly replied, apologizing for his nasty appearance. 448. The girl recalled her recent failure in the desert. This unsuccessful experience made her rethink her approach to helping people, deciding to act more cautiously and effectively in the future. Her face expressed deep regret. 449. The girl questioned why she ended up as the leader of a bandit gang. The men around her, with surprised faces, listened intently to her emotional monologue. 450. The man with the eye patch reminded the girl of her actions. She had freed them when they were surrounded by soldiers, and because of that, he felt indebted to her for life. The girl, in turn, realized she should have been more careful in choosing whom to help. 451. In response to the remark about her bravery and past nobility, the girl smiled modestly. She declared that she was a genius in water magic and could defeat anyone who stood in their way. The man with the eye patch confirmed her words, adding that the bounty for her capture was now 100 million. 452. Silica, upset, exclaimed that everything happening was just unfortunate accidents and that she only wanted to be as revered as Rhys-kun. The man with the eye patch clarified if she meant that very guy, Rhys Bableton. The girl confirmed it, looking noticeably sadder. 453. The men around the girl discussed her acquaintance with the legendary dragon slayer. One of them, astonished, asked how close they were. Another added that he heard Rhys saved his people from a terrible epidemic, which they thought was very cool. 454. Silica called herself and Rhys-kun friendly enemies, which caused a stir among those around them. Many speculated that there were romantic feelings between them and also that he used some special magic, and even that Silica made the hero sweat. 455. Silica explained that her territory had terrible problems with krakens that were constantly multiplying. Fortunately, she and Rhys-kun were able to come to an agreement and work together to solve this problem. One of the listeners was frightened by the existence of krakens. 456. Rhys Bableton, with a satisfied smile, noted someone's significant improvements, especially after they became a dragon slayer. At the same time, Silica, clearly angered, expressed her displeasure that despite her hard work, there was a bounty on her head. She showed her irritation by biting her fingers. 457. Silica smiled, expressing confidence in her abilities and readiness to defeat a dragon. If Rhys could do it, so could she, but she needed a dragon. The man standing nearby told her about a dragon living in the mountains north of their city and its lair full of treasure. 458. A sleeping dragon rested on an uneven, rocky surface. Its body was covered in scales and short horns protruded from its head. It slept peacefully, surrounded by what appeared to be mountains and a place full of treasures, as mentioned earlier. 459. A group of people, including the man with the eye patch and others, excitedly discussed the possibility of living an honest life again if they managed to get the treasure. One of the men expressed his determination to act, while another urged the rest to prepare. 460. Silica, with wide, frightened eyes, showed panic, surprised by the dragon's sudden appearance so close. She realized she urgently needed to come up with some excuse for the situation, her thoughts filled with anxiety and a search for a way out. 461. A group of men, including a one-eyed man, were discussing their motivations. One claimed he became a criminal against his will. Another expressed hope that defeating the dragon would make life easier for everyone in his hometown. A third confidently stated that if they started living honestly, their friends who had passed away would be pleased. The one-eyed man resolutely confirmed his readiness to act. 462. Cilicia, with a winking smile, declared her intention to defeat the dragon with her magic and suggested the others take care of collecting the treasures. Her confidence and readiness for battle were evident. She looked determined to win. 463. Cilicia and her gang set off to defeat the dragon. Their journey had just begun, promising new adventures and challenges. The overall atmosphere was filled with anticipation. 464. A group of hooded figures traversed the snowy terrain, their path difficult. Some were exhausted, while others continued to push forward. Their journey was full of hardships, but they pressed on to return home despite not being accustomed to using magic. Among them was Cilicia, who mused that the dragon wouldn't be a problem in this situation. 465. Amidst the debris lay the writhing body of a dragon. It appeared to have been defeated. A girl standing among the wreckage expressed a change in her opinion about the situation. 466. A group of people, including the one-eyed man, egged Cilicia on, suggesting she seize the moment and cast a powerful spell while the opponent was asleep. The girl, in turn, smiled, but her posture showed some uncertainty. 467. Cilicia admitted that defeating something enormous with a single spell was quite difficult. Her face showed confusion as she pondered her next move. 468. A huge, scaly creature, surrounded by a pile of gold and treasures, had just woken up. It asked the people what they wanted, demonstrating its power and presence. 469. One of the girls, standing on the ground, timidly expressed hope that the creature would be kind enough to share some of its treasures. Her posture and facial expressions conveyed caution and pleading. 470. The dragon-like creature contemptuously asked if the newcomers were just another group of fools, deluded by greed. It explained that throughout history, the lords of this territory had offered it riches in gratitude for guarding the land and sealing the mountain. 471. The creature raised its head and roared that anyone who tried to steal its treasures deserved only death. Its eyes glowed with a menacing light, emphasizing the seriousness of its words and intentions. 472. Cilicia, overcome with despair, cried out that she had no choice and began to unleash her power to its maximum. A bright flash of energy appeared around her hand, preparing for an attack. 473. The creature was enveloped by a crushing force and couldn't breathe. Its body deformed under the pressure, indicating a powerful impact. 474. The girl recoiled, watching the creature fall, surrounded by smoke. She quietly said that she had done it, showing relief and exhaustion after the powerful attack. 475. A group of men, including the one-eyed man, rushed in a panic towards the red-haired girl, shouting her name. They were clearly concerned about her condition and what had happened. 476. The group of people rejoiced at the enormous pile of treasures before them. They cheered that with such wealth, they would no longer have to starve, and also expressed admiration for the incredible nature of their boss. One of them intended to spend some of the money on opening a shop in a distant city, while his companion asked if she was sure and declared that she deserved this wealth. 477. Cilicia smiled cheerfully, assuring everyone that everything was fine and reminding those around her that they had believed in her and come all this way together. However, one of the men next to her, looking worried, suddenly asked about a strange sound, sensing approaching danger. 478. The ground around them cracked and broke apart, creating a scene of destruction. A feeling hung in the air that they were in serious trouble. The situation was clearly worsening, foreshadowing new challenges. 479. A hooded man, looking thoughtfully to the side, suddenly remembered hearing about a huge volcano somewhere nearby. Cilicia, next to him, also looking concerned, pondered the dragon's words about sealing the mountain. Both were gripped by uneasy premonitions. 480. The group of people ran in a panic, trying to escape. One of the hooded men desperately asked Cilicia if her magic could help them flee, while another urged everyone to run. 481. Fiery flames spread, engulfing the ruined structures. A man in fur clothing with eyes behind glasses cried out in horror, addressing Cilicia. He looked around, his face expressing deep shock and concern for the girl. 482. Cilicia sat with her knees hugged, tears streaming down her face. She wept bitterly, expressing her lack of options and the difficulty of even escaping herself. Despite this, she tried to calm herself, acknowledging the futility of tears. 483. The long-haired girl stood, expressing determination and addressing herself by name. She exclaimed her firm resolve to become a hero like Rhys next time and urged herself on, expressing confidence in her abilities. It was also mentioned that no flower was ever believed to grow from the ground Silica Palisade had stepped on. 484. Babylon admitted he was usually a composed person, but had to confess he was truly agitated seeing his castle damaged. He felt he should be praised for not asking for compensation from the heavily wounded Johann, even though Johann was the one who destroyed his castle. 485. The young man with his arms crossed looked thoughtful and a little worried, gazing off to the side. He admitted he had indeed made a mistake by simply going with the flow and declaring he would become king. He honestly confessed that if he could take his words back, he would. 486. The young man watched from behind as a meeting took place with several people seated around a round table. The setting appeared to be a conference room where important matters were being discussed. 487. A heated argument broke out at the table, with Irina exclaiming indignantly, while the man in glasses tried to explain his strategic viewpoint. The discussion likely concerned gathering troops and their movement towards the capital. 488. Alicia, seated at the table, expressed her concern about the soldiers' condition. Her face showed surprise and alarm as she spoke of the potential depletion of the troops' loyalty. 489. The young man listened intently, confusion evident on his face. He pondered the motives and plans of those gathered at the table. 490. The conversation continued and Bell listened to the discussion. One of the men present insisted that they should simply defeat the enemy on the battlefield, regardless of their plans. 491. Rhys, who had been listening until then, now expressed strong concern, her face contorted with stress and her eyes filled with tears. She wondered why they were in such a strange room in the church basement and urged everyone to calm down, realizing they now had no choice but to find a way to win. 492. In the magnificent castle, King Geraldbert sat on his throne, receiving a report from a subordinate. It was announced that the troops were ready to depart and the king approved the decision. 493. Soon, the king stepped out onto the balcony, watching the retreating figures moving across the courtyard. His face expressed deep contemplation and perhaps some apprehension about the upcoming events. 494. The back of a man with long blonde hair and a cloak was turned towards a huge crowd of warriors who looked excited and ready for action. He addressed them, expressing gratitude for answering his call and urged them to victory. 495. Then the man addressing the assembled crowd announced their mission. He tasked them with destroying the traitor who had rebelled against the nation despite his noble status, naming him Baron Rhys Babylon. 496. Several knights in full armor expressed their bewilderment. One of them wondered why such a massive army was being gathered to fight a single lord. Another recalled that Babylon was near the southern border, and a third was astonished that they were being sent there immediately after arriving. 497. At this moment, an elderly man's hand, adorned with a richly embroidered sleeve, rose with sparks of light shimmering above it. He spoke of not expecting much, and this gesture accompanied his words. 498. The raised hand emitted a powerful wave of energy that spread in a wide stream. This force crashed down upon the knights' heads, causing them to be stunned. 499. The knights clutched their heads in horror, their minds clouded by the impact. They began to let out frantic screams, demanding women and meat, promising to kill everyone around them. 500. Jardabert Noja explained to his subordinate that despite the uselessness of these warriors, if they were made to lose their minds, they could fight quite well. He mentioned that the idea came to him when he saw the brainwashed Johann. The elderly man addressed a group of people kneeling before him, asking if they were ready. Everyone present affirmed their readiness to carry out his command. One of the men expressed surprise, to which the elder explained that he had used flight magic on them. He ordered them to fly to Babylon and begin the assault, declaring that whoever brought him the head of Lord Rhys Babylon would be appointed the next king. A young man standing before the elder looked bewildered, asking what was happening and pleading for them to wait. The elder explained that the young man was the 16th prince and that the previous princes had died due to a small rebellion by Johann. The elderly man lamented that none of his sons had been able to conquer the throne with their own hands, and expressed a desire for at least one of them to entertain him. He emphatically stated that his decision stood and ordered everyone to leave. In response, one of those present attempted to ask a question, addressing the elderly man. The elder, in turn, sharply asked if the questioner intended to disobey his orders. A subordinate spoke with the king, who looked quite pleased. The subordinate reported that he hadn't aimed to bring Rhys Babylon's head, but was curious about what to do with those who hadn't answered the summons. The king agreed, stating it would be wrong to ignore those who didn't immediately appear. Jardabert Noja continued, looking satisfied, saying that all those who hadn't answered his summons should be declared traitors. Those who defeated them would gain the right to take their territories. The young man standing opposite listened intently to his words. Hundreds of flying figures resembling humans filled the sky. The king watched them, confident that all the supporting roles in his play had been cast. His plan was slowly but surely coming to fruition. On the ground, a group of soldiers in full armor marched forward, their minds completely lost due to a powerful stimulant. Meanwhile, a group of noble mages flew through the sky, their faces contorted with greed. They were heading towards a common goal, each driven by their own reasons. The king smirked, his face expressing complete satisfaction. He anticipated that the first group would lead to reckless destruction, while the second would attack his opponents and their comrades with exceptional precision. His cunning plan was flawless. Jardabert Noja, observing the scene, joyfully exclaimed to an unseen interlocutor that the Apostle of Justice had sworn to fix this country by any means necessary. He waited to see how Rhys Babylon would handle all his pawns. The young man, with a grim expression, stood nearby, as if observing the reaction. In the center of a magnificent castle resembling a Gothic structure, towers rose high. An elder announced that, according to King Jardabert's command, a horde of soldiers was heading to Babylon. 3 noble mages flew in the sky, discussing what was happening. One of them, with a beard, warned the others not to get ahead of themselves, as the path ahead was still long. Another, the youngest, confidently declared he would be the next king and advised them not to try to outpace him. The third mage admired King Jardabert's magic, which allowed them to fly for so long without even concentrating on their actions. Soldiers in heavy armor with their arms outstretched advanced, consumed by a thirst for battle. Their shouts for meat and women echoed around them. They resembled a furious horde, ready to sweep away everything in their path. 2 noble mages observed the rampaging soldiers. One of them muttered that these commoners had always seemed like beasts to him, and the drug had completely driven them mad. The second, the youngest, exclaimed that it was an excellent idea and reminded them that their main opponent was a dragon slayer, so they should first let these pawns pave the way. 2 nobles discussed their plans. One said that their army's leader was trying to appear calm, but he'd bet the leader was planning to seize the throne himself. The other thought that whoever brought Rhys Babylon's head would win, and there was no need to worry about killing him personally. The man's expression was shrewd and cunning. He addressed someone he called idiots, claiming they were pawns he was manipulating to test someone's strength, urging them to prove their usefulness. The man continued his thought, turning away from the viewer, his gaze fixed in the distance, his face thoughtful. He mused that these idiots, driven by greed, were probably thinking about something else entirely. His face showed self-satisfaction and contentment. He believed that taking the territories of lords who hadn't answered the king's call involved far fewer risks while guaranteeing a good reward, and if the king showed so much interest in one person, then that person must be quite exceptional. 2 men stood with their backs to the viewer, discussing their plans. One expressed joy that they were going to deal with the traitors, and the other agreed, adding that the traitors might also end up betraying each other. 521, a group of noble mages split up. One of them announced that they would now head to Duke Hohenheim's territory. The other replied that he would go with his team to Countess Palisade. 522, the man uttered the name Silica Palisade. 523, the man recalled the humiliation from 10 years ago during a marriage discussion with Cilicia. Silica expressed regret and stated that her entire body rejected his face. 524, on a snowy plain dotted with sparse trees, a group of cloaked figures moved into the distance. One of them, whose figure was at the center, loudly declared that he would wreak havoc on someone's territory, his words seemingly vibrating in the air. 525, Rhys was bewildered. Huge armies were moving across the sky and land. On the ground, excited soldiers destroyed everything in their path across the territory, and in the sky, mages flew using flight magic. 526, the young man, clutching his head, expressed extreme bewilderment. He couldn't understand why the enemies decided to invade without even waiting for an official declaration of war. At that moment, he was greatly indignant at such disregard for the royal family and for him personally, as he, though talented, was only a baron. 527. At the same time, 2 maidservants standing nearby watched the young man with admiration. They were confident that their master had foreseen everything, and his calmness, despite the alarming news of enemy movements, only confirmed their assumptions about his exceptional foresight and greatness. 528. Babylon, with a piercing gaze, confidently declared that he was prepared for such a turn of events. He had meticulously prepared, anticipating possible difficulties, and now, with a slight smirk, he assessed the situation. 529. The man explained that he had entrusted command of the troops to Klaus and sent him a large quantity of weapons crafted by beastmen and dwarves. He admitted that he had essentially shifted a huge responsibility onto Klaus. 530. Furthermore, he ordered the 3rd and other Dragon Rider units to disperse to monitor secret communications and patrol the sky. The man assumed that they should, at least to some extent, be able to handle the flying mages, and he couldn't imagine his people losing in battle. It was important that he had these monsters, or rather people, on his side. 531. Additionally, he requested assistance from Hohenheim. The man listened attentively, demonstrating his readiness to help. 532. The 2 girls, Irina and Alicia, were on a very important and special mission. Their involvement was expected to significantly increase the chances of victory. 533. The young man, with a smug smile, declared that he had finally managed to secure a position far from the battlefield under the pretext of treating the wounded. He confidently called this move simply perfect, even though it seemed like complete garbage at the moment. 534. Suddenly, the maidservant received a message from the Dragon Riders. She rushed to report that a unit of mages had invaded the Palisade region. 535. Huge tentacles rose from the water, causing shock and bewilderment to all who witnessed it. 536. A massive tentacle covered in suckers suddenly erupted from the water, grabbing a person. A man standing nearby anxiously urged everyone to step back, seeing the horrifying thing forcefully strike the ground. 537. The impact was so powerful that it shook the ground, and the frightened man, recoiling, let out a blood-curdling scream. Panic gripped everything around, and genuine terror was reflected on the man's face. 538. Several gigantic tentacles emerged on the water's surface, moving actively and creating waves as they pulled something out. The man, his face contorted in fear, shouted Cilicia Palisade's name, clearly shaken by what was happening. 539. The young master smiled as he listened to the 2 maidservants who admired his foresight, as the Krakens he sent had destroyed the enemy. However, deep down, he admitted that he had simply sent them far away because he didn't know how to properly use such enormous creatures. One of the maidservants expressed concern about whether Uncle Hohenheim would be all right, while the man expressed surprise as to why they decided to attack Palisade instead of Babylon. 540. Over Duke Hohenheim's territory in the capital's airspace, a powerful explosion occurred. One of the noble mages exclaimed that he had taken down a soldier of the Duke. 541. The enemies, horrified by what they saw, couldn't believe that Duke Hohenheim commanded such soldiers. At that moment, the Duke's assistant, holding a sword, prepared to attack, while a man cried out an ice sword spell, trying to defend himself. 542. The man, thrown back by the impact, struggled to get up, while the Duke's warrior confidently held her sword. She looked unfazed, while her opponent was clearly in pain. 543. The fighting man exclaimed in surprise that his opponent didn't have a single scratch. He was shocked by her invulnerability, as his attacks had caused her no harm. 544. The girl with the weapon claimed that Duke Hohenheim had sold his soul to the devil to gain such power. She added that it was pointless to exchange words with those who couldn't understand the Duke's greatness, and other soldiers of the Duke gathered around her. 545. The men were surrounded, and one of them struggled to get up after a powerful blow. He admitted that he had underestimated Babylon and that they couldn't even defeat the defensive forces Babylon had set up. 546. The Duke's warrior stood confidently, giving orders to her subordinates. She reported that all invaders had been dealt with and ordered them to continue patrolling the area. She also instructed someone to go to Babylon to report on the progress of events. 547. Duke Hohenheim's warrior bid farewell, promising to protect the land no matter what until her lord returned. Then she wished him a safe journey as he departed into the distance. Her words were filled with loyalty and determination. 548. A young man in a sharp suit, sitting at a table, reacted with surprise to the girl's sudden appearance. She informed him that she had received news of the Duke's spies successfully repelling an assault team of magic-wielding nobles. The girl was clearly excited by this report. 549. The young man in the suit closed his eyes, contemplating the information he had received. He understood that all they could do now was wait for the main enemy forces to reach Babylon. Given their speed, they would likely arrive by dawn. 550, Belle joyfully exclaimed that Klaus was doing well, addressing the Lord. The other maids nearby giggled. The man in the suit, not having heard about Klaus before, wondered about his affairs, assuming that the battle would begin soon. 551, Belle noted that the townspeople had been quite useful and there weren't even any problems worth mentioning. Rhys agreed, adding that Klaus was the only person with a good head on his shoulders besides himself. 552, Babylon suddenly felt a tremor for an unknown reason. 553, a horde of armored soldiers out of control moved forward, letting out terrifying screams. They cried about wanting death and about how they were going to eat their enemies. Their eyes burned with madness and they were ready to destroy everything in their path. 554, two men, one with a beard, discussed their surroundings. One of them remarked that the morning fog was too thick, as expected from such a disgusting land, adding that even the natural phenomena here were terrible. The second man focused on their approach to Babylon. 555, a powerful explosion shook the air, shattering rocks and debris that scattered in all directions. Above the destruction, a formidable inscription appeared, warning against treading on the land with dirty feet. It was a clear and strong warning. 556. The group of men was in a state of confusion and shock, their faces expressing surprise and incomprehension of what was happening. One of them exclaimed, not understanding what had just occurred, and asked if it was a new type of magic, while another man complained about poor visibility due to the dust and fog. 557. The man recoiled, extending his hand forward as if defending himself from something or trying to push away an invisible force, and a vortex formed around his hand. The other watched with wide eyes, expressing complete bewilderment. 558. In front of a line of warriors arrayed on a hilltop, a young man with short blonde hair stood in armor, sword in hand. His face expressed determination and anger, and he categorically declared that he would not allow the enemies to take another step past this point. 559. Lord Rhys sat with his head bowed, hands clasped in front of him, deep in thought about the upcoming battle. Rhys reflected that after all the efforts to earn his people's respect, he now had to fight an entire country, and even a brilliant mind like his couldn't have foreseen such a thing. 560. Belle reported the arrival of a report, while Rhys, with doubt, noted that his father had predicted something similar, but this was definitely not what he was talking about, expressing confidence that her interlocutor would do something crazy in the future. In the distance, the silhouette of a man could be seen, apparently waiting for something. 561. The battlefield was littered with fallen bodies, surrounded by explosions, as a massive army of soldiers stood in formation. Thanks to newly developed artillery and bombs, they had managed to inflict significant damage on the enemy forces. 562. The noble mages expressed confusion and anger. One of them, a man with a mustache, couldn't understand what had happened to the army or why so many people were trying to defend a place considered the country's dump. Another asked what was going on, surprised that the enemy had so many different mages. A third man remarked in disbelief that commoners shouldn't be anything more than trash begging for help in danger, and he couldn't believe that Rhys had managed to train them. 563. Many armored individuals, some of whom were very muscular, expressed their determination and unwavering resolve. They spoke about how their economy had collapsed due to the incompetence of Jaco Rhys-sama and how it was time to pay the price, recalling how he had saved Jaco territory when Neil turned into a dragon and helped conquer the entire world. They also noted that the residents of Palisade had sworn their loyalty to Rhys-sama after he protected them from the Krakens, and that they wouldn't be able to call themselves men if they fled the battle now, also mentioning that there were still women here who betrayed liars. 564. Calls to kill the opponents could be heard. Klaus stood in a resolute pose, his gaze focused. He declared that Babylon was a paradise created by Rhys-sama and the people of this territory, and if anyone dared to invade, they would face the consequences. 565. Klaus's eyes were wide open and his mouth was agape in a shout, expressing fury and determination. He exclaimed that they would kill everyone. 566. The young captain, clad in armor, ordered the artillery unit to resume bombardment. His determined gaze and loud voice indicated his intent not to retreat. 567. The captain shouted again, urging all the men to attack, expressing extreme fury. His soldiers, following him, charged forward, demonstrating their readiness to fight to the end. 568. Several large, shirtless men with battle-hardened expressions prepared for the fight, tensing their muscles. One of them, with thick black hair, let out a short battle cry, then charged forward, delivering a powerful blow. 569. A girl in battle armor swore that nothing else would be stolen from them. Their faces expressed anger and determination to confront the enemy. 570. One of Rhys' army delivered a powerful blow. He furiously declared that only their opponents would die today. 571. Captain Klaus destroyed his opponent with a single strike. 572. Captain Klaus, with wide-open eyes, addressed someone, telling them to retreat if they were wounded. He added that no matter how severe the injury, even if an arm or both were lost, Rhys-san would be able to heal it. 573. Rhys' enemies looked stunned and frightened. They discussed that their opponents were likely using enhancement magic and were already decimating their forces. 574. One of the mages, with magical energy swirling in his hands, stated that he had wanted to conserve his magical powers to kill Rhys Babylon. However, he now had no choice and was forced to use them. 575. Raising his hands, which glowed with magical discharges, he declared his intention to first kill those who served another. He also said that he would eliminate these abnormal pawns along the way. 576. Several noble mages looked up in horror, watching the silhouette of a dragon appear in the sky. One of them, a mustached man, expressed extreme astonishment, asking what kind of monster it was. Another mage also looked shocked, not understanding what was happening. 577. A massive dragon with powerful horns towered over the battlefield, and on its back sat a shirtless man with a menacing expression. The mages present were stunned by the sight of the dragon, their faces expressing shock and disbelief. 578. The man sitting on the dragon looked directly at the noble mages. He asked them if they were the scoundrels who had come to take Rhys-sama's life. His gaze was piercing and full of defiance. 579. One of the noble mages, enraged by the words of the man on the dragon, was ready to attack. He exclaimed, not allowing a commoner to insult them in such a way, and expressed his readiness for battle. His entire figure conveyed fury and a desire to punish the audacious opponent. 580. The dragon, summoned by the man, calmly hovered in the air, not receiving a single scratch from the mage's attack. One of the noble mages, seeing this, exclaimed that it was impossible, as the dragon remained undamaged. Another mage advised not to waste strength, but to use their heads instead. The noble mages couldn't understand how their enemy had managed to tame a dragon. However, they quickly concluded that both the dragon and its tamer simply needed to be killed. One of them, standing below, prepared to attack, while the dragon above was enveloped in lightning, indicating its readiness for battle. The man on the dragon, with a satisfied smile, declared that minor attacks wouldn't work on them because they had received a wonderful blessing from Rhys-sama. One of the noble mages was extremely surprised by this statement. Another mage, seeing the situation, prepared for the next move, his face showing determination. The noble mages decided to counterattack, with one of them exclaiming that it was his turn. The enormous dragon below spewed a bright glow from its mouth upwards, threatening them. One of the mages, realizing the danger, yelled for the others to run. One of the noble mages, consumed by panic, loudly shouted that they needed to make a strategic retreat. His comrades echoed his panicked cries, understanding the gravity of the situation. They were clearly terrified and eager to leave the battlefield. A massive number of dragons filled the sky. One of the noble mages asked in horror why there were so many. They were stunned by the countless monsters that appeared before them, completely changing the balance of power. The man's face showed some concern as he pondered that he couldn't even begin to comprehend the power of the person named Rhys, who had subjugated a flock of dragons and turned his people into invincible warriors. It was said that those who rule only by force find themselves powerless against a more formidable enemy. A young girl in a maid's outfit with a joyful smile reported that according to the Dragon Rider's report, the first squad, a group of nobles hiding in the capital's sky, had been defeated, and it was her army, incredibly strong. Another girl next to her also smiled, holding some papers, while Babylon watched them from the side, expressing satisfaction. The Lord, with a serious face, noted some tremors. Belle decided to go check what was happening. Rhys hoped it wasn't the start of an unforeseen problem, as with these guys you never know for sure and they're all insane. Rhys confidently stated that everything would be fine because Alicia had given almost all of her people a drug that made them super energetic. A muscular man with light hair stood, smiling broadly next to Rhys, who raised her hand in a welcoming gesture. A little further away, a frightened maid sat, covering her mouth with her hands. It was said that Klaus had gone off the rails, working continuously, and had become another monster. It was reported that they had received another update, and everything would be fine. Belle embraced a wounded, exhausted man with red marks on his face who was in deep despair. She said that they needed his strength and that the enemy had inflicted significant damage on their forces using large-scale spells. Rhys urged him to hold on and promised to heal the injured man. The man in the black suit looked in surprise at the girl in the maid's outfit who was sitting on the ground, her expression focused. He wondered what on earth could have inflicted so much damage on these monsters, referring to his own people. Rhys Babelton, with a focused expression, held his hands in front of him, palms together, radiating a glow. He mused that it didn't matter now because this was a great chance to earn even more respect from them. The young man's eyes were closed, and his face showed some fatigue. Rhys Babelton gently addressed the man, urging him to relax and just tell him what happened. The man, in turn, apologized, expressing regret for letting him down. The young man with short, light bangs covering part of his face replied that he was ready to tell everything. His face was tense, but he appeared composed. The young man with a sarcastic smirk reported that the opponents were retreating and noted that there wasn't much left. Other characters stood beside him, their faces showing shock and bewilderment. A tall figure in long, flowing robes declared that King Jagardbert Noja, the ruler of this country, must acknowledge the bravery shown by Babelon's apostles in battle. The figure expressed admiration for their actions. The young man in armor exclaimed in surprise, wondering about the king's appearance. He also expressed bewilderment at the incredible pressure emanating from him, which was felt by everyone around. 601, a young man in armor holding a sword, declared that their objective had changed and they couldn't let the enemy reach Rhys Sama. A massive sword pierced through space, heading towards its target, while attacking figures could be seen below. 602, the king raised his hand, urging the others to let him reward them for entertaining him so well. A magic blade, charged with energy, shot forward. 603, the ground around them cracked and crumbled and screams of terror erupted. Debris flew everywhere, the Afro warrior exclaimed in shock about the destruction of their steel bodies, and Klaus, in despair, said this was the end of his journey and asked Rhys Sama for forgiveness. 604, an enormous pillar of fire erupted at the center of the explosion, surrounded by shockwaves spreading outwards. A powerful blast shook everything, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the sky. 605, the young man, looking shocked, struggled to rise from under a pile of rubble, trying to free himself. 606, the young man in the hood sat leaning against a wall, an expression of extreme despair on his face. He was stunned that King Jardbert's magic had instantly wiped out their army. He realized the enemy was far too strong for them. 607, the young man in the hood was torn between simply escaping or trying to side with the enemy, though it was already too late for that. He was amazed at how the king could be so powerful, easily destroying those monsters. Meanwhile, three maids standing nearby expressed their unwavering resolve, asserting that their resilience would not be broken. 608, a maid with a determined expression addressed the departing man. She promised they would buy as much time as they could and asked him to meet Alicia Sama to avenge their troops. Her eyes burned with courage and devotion. 609, the three maids bid farewell to the man, expressing their gratitude and respect. One of them said they were very happy to serve him. Another added that he was far more important than Bell Sensei's new book, and the third thanked him for everything he had done for them. 610, the young man with a thoughtful expression and closed eyes murmured that he wished he could have read the end of the story. He felt a slight sadness that he wouldn't find out who the main character would end up with. His companion, surprised, asked what he was talking about at such a moment. 611, Jardabert Noja looked around with a satisfied smirk, finding no signs of life. He mused that while his opponents were remarkable, if such a weak attack defeated them, then in his opinion, they had nothing that could stand against him. 612, the king solemnly issued a challenge. He declared that it was time for Rhys Babelton to approach him, and their duel to the death must begin. He was ready for the decisive battle. 613, Jardabert Noja, raising his hands, cast a spell. He commanded that the air be filled with cows. His words were part of his powerful sorcery aimed at creating chaos. 614. Dozens of falling cows appeared in the air, each letting out a loud moo. A man standing below watched this unusual spectacle with surprise. The king triumphantly exclaimed that this was his special skill, meteorate cows. 615. Jardabert Noja laughed maliciously, demonstrating a new, specific attack. He compressed the core to its limit to unleash destructive light. He urged everyone to witness this burning flash emanating from his hands. 616. The surrounding space was illuminated by a bright light due to the final nuclear light spell, portending massive destruction. 617. A panicked herd of cows ran to the side, their eyes expressing terror and desperate mooing escaping their mouths. 618. Jardabert Noja, his gaze thoughtful, with a figure in a long, ornate robe visible behind him. Likewise, Rhys Babelton, with his cloak billowing, advanced, flames raging around him, his eyes expressing intense focus. 619. The old man expressed surprise and anticipation. He greeted his enemy, noting his cold gaze, and called him a hero who had sworn to rise against him in the name of justice. 620. Rhys Babelton accused Jahidabert Noja, promising him retribution for killing his allies, calling him an ungrateful lord who didn't appreciate his good deeds. 621. Rhys Babelton stood with his back to the viewer, one arm raised, ready for action, his cloak billowing behind him and flames raging all around him. 622. Belle looked at Rhys hopefully, calling him her last hope and asking him to wait. Rhys Babelton told her not to say anything more. 623. The girls in maid outfits looked hopefully at their lord, who expressed his resolve. He said everything would be fine and that he would defeat King Jahidabert with his magic, though he admitted that seeing them like this just made him want to stay. Rhys turned his back and walked forward, his cloak fluttering in the wind and confidence in his eyes. 624. Rhys Babelton's face was contorted with strain, his mouth wide open in a scream as he called for the activation of full healing magic. Powerful changes erupted around him. The ground cracked open, sprouts burst forth, and everything regenerated, urging life to bloom, share, grow, regenerate, and disperse. 625. Jardabert Noja, his face twisted with tension and fury, raised his hand to the side. He exclaimed, ordering the sea of clouds to gather above them, declaring absolute control and the activation of full offensive magic. 626. A man in flowing robes, with his hands raised, unleashed a powerful torrent of lightning that struck the ground around him. Everything around him crackled with electrical discharges. 627. Rhys Babelton, with arms outstretched, summoned cows to crush his opponent. Determination gleamed in his eyes and a shimmering power was visible around his palm. 628. Several cows let out loud roars, their mouths wide open. Their eyes were filled with madness and their fur bristled. 629. The king, with a wide smile on his face, sneered, asking if his opponent seriously thought the spell would work on him this time. He summoned lightning to crush those who opposed him. 630. The group of cows continued to make strange sounds. Some of them appeared transformed, their bodies covered in unusual growths. One of the characters exclaimed in surprise, witnessing the changes unfolding. 631. The young man with a sly smile admitted it was a terrible, suicidal attack. However, he had used healing magic that helps overcome limits and fatigue, and he believed such a weak attack wouldn't stop them. Meanwhile, Jardabert Noja declared he would simply stop them with his bare hands and began to doubt if his opponent was truly a good guy, having gone this far. 632. The king, tensing his muscles, changed in size, his body became more muscular and his veins bulged. He looked ready for battle, showcasing his increased power. 633. Jardabert Noja, with a triumphant look, called for the electric wind to come to him and become one with his armor. Discharges already glowed around him as he declared he would show them how it's done. 634. A mighty blow struck the back of one of the transformed cows, splattering dark spots around. Jardabert Noja, standing nearby, was also hit, his face contorted in pain. 635. The king, with a maniacal laugh, unleashed numerous fists surrounded by electrical discharges. He declared he would destroy them all, demonstrating his increased strength and aggression. 636. The young man, with a challenging smile, addressed Jardabert, expressing his disbelief that he was truly such a monster. His gaze was fixed on his opponent, showing his readiness to continue the battle. 637. The young man, confidently raising a finger, declared he accepted Jardabert's challenge. He expressed his intention to make his opponents faster so that Jardabert couldn't kill them, thereby challenging his abilities. 638. The young man unleashed a powerful attack on Jardabert, accompanied by a loud shout. In response, Jardabert, releasing a powerful surge of energy, attacked the young man. Their confrontation intensified with each passing second. 639. Jardabert laughed maliciously, finding the battle against a man rivaling his own strength incredibly amusing. He called the young man a rebel, Rhys. In response, the young man, with a furious expression, refused to forgive Jardabert for unhesitatingly killing not only his people but also his allies, and told him to shut up. 640. The young man, with a worried expression, watched the falling cows and noted to himself that a person who doesn't understand the value of life has no right to be king. He was sure these poor cows would agree with him. His words were filled with condemnation. Jardabert mockingly told the young man that he had run out of magical power, calling it a disgrace to his dear enemy. The young man coughed up blood and looked exhausted, confirming Jardabert's words. He was clearly depleted. Standing in a pillar of light, Jardabert informed the young man that there was nothing he could do about it, as his magical power increased with age. The young man, wounded and weakened, was thrown back, confirming Jardabert's superior strength. The powerful old man said that now he could only pray to meet someone like Rhys in the future, someone capable of sowing chaos across the world. Jardabert, in response, expressed his pleasure with the battle, stating that they had a great time and that the young man had rekindled his faith in humanity. Jardabert declared that the time had come and he was going to end this battle, preparing to unleash his heavenly light. The young man, filled with despair, screamed his name. Jardabert released a powerful stream of destructive energy aimed at the young man. The king, with a smirk, acknowledged his defeat. His words echoed in complete darkness, signifying the end of his struggle. Rhys' eyes were fixed upwards. He quietly apologized, saying that he had tried his best but still lost and that he was tired. He admitted that he was just the lord of a rundown territory and should have simply slept until death, like his father. Voices in the void urged Rhys not to give up. They said that a man of such dignity could not die here. The young man was greatly surprised when he looked at two men, one of whom was Baron Jakov and the other Baron Snail. They stood before him with smiles, which apparently shocked him. Baron Jakov and Baron Snail stood smiling, addressing the young man. Baron Jakov expressed that he couldn't thank him enough, noting that he had revived their territory's economy when it was on the verge of collapse. Baron Snail added that he was also grateful for putting an end to his evil plans to conquer the world at the expense of his people. Baron Jakov and Baron Snail, with wide smiles on their faces, expressed their support. Baron Jakov said that he was the strongest mage and shouldn't give up, promising to repeat it as many times as needed, while Baron Snail simply confirmed that he believed in him. The young man clenched his fists and tensed up, his face showing determination and anger, asserting that if he gave up now, the deaths of those who perished would be meaningless. A strong, vibrating aura emanated around him. The young man raised his leg, preparing to strike. He said that he couldn't lose, even if it killed him, and so he would do what he had to. Chaos raged around the young man, the ground around him cracked, and he himself was surrounded by flashes of energy. He uttered a short "I" with some uncertainty, which then transformed into a resolute declaration. The tree begged for death. A man in a long robe, sitting on the floor, covered his face with his hands, expressing despair and saying that Babylon was terrifying and cows were also terrifying. Babylon's gaze was focused and his expression was serious. What he saw was nothing more than a self-serving illusion he used to restore his power, and thus a wonderful, confident protagonist appeared. The king, enveloped in a powerful energy field, watched in surprise as his opponent withstood his nuclear light and did not disappear. He was astonished, as he had previously believed that the opponent had completely exhausted his magical power. A powerful explosion occurred, shaking the air and space. Rhys exclaimed that he had returned from the depths of hell to wipe his opponent off the face of the earth. It was said that the true nightmarish tales of the misunderstandings of the Lord of the Desolate Lands were about to begin.